Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Action News 5 digital desk. It's a Thursday. It's November 16th, and we have an amazing sunrise happening right now. You can see it live from our Midtown High 5 camera. 54 degrees in Midtown as you get up on this Thursday. Meteorologist Patrick Ellis joining us now to talk about a forecast. Nice scene behind you, Patrick.
Yeah, of course, the beautiful start to the morning. Of course, we got some altocumulus clouds puffing up around the skies, adding some texture to that morning sunrise. Off in the distance here from our MDOT camera, this is looking from Coahoma County, looking towards Phillips County at the Highway 49 bridge here. You see a little deck of clouds, a little bit more pervasive looking across the river. So we have a few more clouds at other locations, while other spots you got clear skies depending on where you are. Is how it's playing out for you this morning. All of us, though, starting off with temperatures that are in the 40s and 50s this morning, where the skies have been clear for longer. You got numbers that are down into the 40s yet again. 46 in Brownsville, 45 Oakland, Bolivar this morning as well. We're 47 in Dyersburg. Covington checking into 45, 54 here in Memphis, 50 in Hernando. Good morning to our friends in southern DeSoto County, 52 in Cortland, 54 Oxford, and 54 in Helena, West Helena to start off the day. I tell you what, today's going to be a gorgeous day across the board. Hopefully you can get out and enjoy it, because I tell you what, you can't get much better than this in the middle portions of November here in the Mid-South. Highs today topping out generally in the lower to middle 70s. Unseasonably warm. The upper 60s and low 70s. Unseasonably warm for this time of the year. We're getting to the point where record highs are actually in the 70s at this point in some instances. But overall, again, a beautiful day across the region with a mixture of clouds and sunshine. Clouds will continue to thicken up as we head through the overnight period, leading up to a chance for some passing showers as we head through the overnight period. And the start of your Friday could have some implications for that morning commute tomorrow. Not everybody catching some showers, but a few of us may have to tangle with that to head out the door on Friday morning into Friday afternoon. The showers will start to taper off, and maybe a couple of breaks in the clouds by the end of the day, as temperatures still top out in the middle to upper 60s for Friday. Frontal boundary continues to sink farther south, clearing us out, looking good for your Saturday. I think Saturday as a whole looks fantastic, starting off with temperatures in the 40s, work away only to the upper 50s and lower 60s by the end of the day on Saturday. And this sets us up for where we're headed moving forward. I think we're clear and quiet going into the overnight period of Saturday into Sunday. I think 30s may be possible early on Sunday morning before we make a big transition in our pattern as we head into the end of the Sunday. So again, lots of sunshine expected Saturday. Of course, we have the final home game of the season for the Memphis Tigers, and going up against SMU. The last time that they will play in conference over at Simmons Bank Liberty Stadium, that's 11 a.m. kickoff. We've got temperatures that will be in the 50s at that point, working our way to near 60 by the end of the day. Sunday looks pretty good, starting off with sunshine, but I think the clouds become more dominant by the end of the day. That eventually leads up to better chances for rain and storms. We've been talking about this first alert to the beginning of your Thanksgiving week, and that really hasn't changed all that much. What may have changed in the short term, some of the modeling coming in a little wetter for one. Two, the risk for a few strong to severe thunderstorms has also emerged as well. That'll be something that we have to keep an eye on. We've been mentioning the potential for severe weather is low, but we are watching it right now to highlight a point where severe weather may be a bit more opportunistic across central Mississippi and northern Louisiana. We'll watch that closely, because that could have some implications back here across our neck of the woods, but rain likely, and we'll be watching that moving in here along a warm front starting off late Sunday into Monday. Monday looks to be a wet go of things across the board, but the question mark is, how does that play out? Will we have that warm front draped across the I-40 corridor and south of that boundary? Will we have enough energy, enough instability to get some strong and severe thunderstorms to get going? It is a possibility, so it's something that we'll have to keep an eye on here in the next few days. Rain will continue through the overnight period of Monday into early Tuesday. By midday Tuesday, rain showers coming to an end and everything exiting looking good by the time we head towards Wednesday of next week. Of course, Wednesday, one of the biggest travel days of the entire year. Locally, at least, our weather will be in an improving state, but regionally and nationally, not so great, especially if you have plans heading to the northeast and the east coast. In the meantime, the weather looking pretty good the next few days, except for a couple of hiccups here and there. One of the ways that you can stay up to date on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. Download it in the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store. 72 today, mostly to partly sunny skies. Clouds thickening up tonight. Scattered showers a possibility for tomorrow. It's not an all-day situation. I think the best opportunities will be during the morning hours and overnight tonight. So there will be some showers after midnight tonight, and then scattered showers possible tomorrow that could have some impacts for that morning commute for a few of us. It's not a huge rain chance, though, and really the rain that we would see pretty light. Sunshine to return by Saturday. Sunday looks to be generally pretty nice. I think we start off with sunshine, but the clouds will thicken up after lunch. Rain becoming more dominant overnight Sunday leading into Monday. And again, watching these numbers here for Monday as we go through this time frame, we're going to add in there is a potential for a storm risk. We've been mentioning that potential that there could be a few storms associated with it as well. But if we start seeing these highs creeping upward in the next couple of days, the potential for severe weather may become a bit more prevalent. So that's something that we're going to keep an eye on. Of course, that's leading into Thanksgiving week. That would be the highest impactful day, would be overnight Sunday, going throughout the day Monday, and then overnight Monday into Tuesday before everything clears out, and then we'll start to improve there. And I think, Thanksgiving itself looks to be fantastic. Chilly, though. Temperatures in the 50s that day, lows down in the 30s. But you get the idea. Of course, we have some scattered showers here for tomorrow, but our biggest impactful day right now looks to be Monday of next week, Andrew.
Okay, interesting forecast there. 7 days, kind of a mixed bag of all kinds of things. Amazing weekend, a storm threat there or risk, and chilly temperatures on Thanksgiving, huh?
Yeah, and I want to go back to something that I said the other day. There was some social media chatter where they were talking about snow on Thanksgiving. There ain't no snow on Thanksgiving, so don't think that for a second, okay? If y'all come at me mad because there wasn't snow on Thanksgiving, you go to the source, which was not Action News 5. Just say that.
Right.
I'll also point out that it was no other television station in the Memphis area either. But there were some social media chatter in Mississippi talking about that. But anyways, the fact of the matter is, this time of the year we couldn't buy a drop of rain for the last couple months. We're finally going to get an opportunity for rain, but it may also come with a risk for some stronger storms. We're more likely to see severe weather than we are to see snow. Let's be honest with ourselves here. And I'm looking at this and saying we're due. Let's just say that we're due for the potential for some severe weather here across the Mid-South. So it will be something to watch here in the next couple of days. It could just be the rain. We'll take that, but at some point in time, we got to start highlighting that potential and we start leaning into it here the next couple of days and fine-tuning that part of the forecast.
Well, we appreciate you watching it for us. Meteorologist Patrick Ellis giving us the first alert to any kind of storm risk out there. Patrick, thanks.
No problem.
All right, another live look from a gorgeous sunrise from our Midtown High 5 camera. 7:08, 54 degrees, back in 60 seconds. Good morning. Welcome back. While you were sleeping, shots were fired in the parking lot at Top Golf. The entertainment venue has been open just a few weeks, less than a month. So frustrating, so maddening for so many of us out there. We have Action News 5 Cindy Gray live in Southeast Memphis where it happened. She has details for us. Cindy, good morning. Sydney, we are having some technical issues. We cannot hear you right now. It might be a battery issue. We're going to check back in with you in just a little bit. We do know that the battery's out, Sydney. Sorry. So listen, let me just tell you a little bit about what's happening there at Topgolf. You know, we know that people there like to come for the swings, not the bullets, but some people heard and saw that Topgolf was, well, it had shots fired outside in the parking lot. There was so much excitement when it first announced that it was opening. Okay. You know what? Let's go back to Sydney Gray live here. Yeah, we can hear you. It's much better. Go ahead.
Awesome. Okay, sorry about those audio issues, Andrew, but you were saying it right there. Folks, you know, they were really excited about this place opening. It actually opened just 2 weeks ago over on October 27th. So this place has not been open very long, and already we are having to hear about safety concerns as there was a shooting in the parking lot here. Now, the good news is we know that nobody was hurt. There were no injuries reported in this shooting, but still a major cause for concern. And so that led us to do a bit of digging. We wanted to know just how many crimes have been happening in this area. And so this morning we actually looked into the Memphis Public Safety Data Hub, specifically within a half-mile radius of this area right here by Topgolf. So since its opening on October 27th, there's been a burglary near at a nearby store over on Germantown Road. There have been 5 reports of car thefts here, 5 car break-ins and a carjacking. And then we also know there was a business robbery right off of Riverdale Road. So quite a few crimes that have happened here pretty close to the area here right by Topgolf. And so I'm sure that is something police are going to be looking into. There was an MPD car stationed here all throughout the morning. And then there was also security that we saw just to the left of me here in the parking lot this morning. But again, no injuries to report as it in regards to this shooting last night. But still just nothing that folks are happy to be waking up to this morning at a place where folks are coming for fun. We'll continue asking questions. We have reached out to leadership at Topgolf to get their take on what happened last night. And also we want to hear from them about any enhanced security measures they're going to be doing here at Topgolf. We'll update you right on Action News 5 as we get more info. For now, I'm live here in Southeast Memphis. Back to you, Andrew.
Okay, Sydney Gray reporting live for us. Thank you. Let's talk about holding elected leaders accountable, because that's what we've been talking about a lot now, and specifically local leadership. Voters are going to choose 3 seats within the Memphis City Council ranks in a runoff election. Polls are open right now. Specific voters are eligible to vote. We have Cindy Hawkins that'll tell us now which council seats are up for election in this runoff race.
Today's runoff election will introduce at least 2 new members to Memphis City Council, and it could re-elect incumbent Michaelyn Easter Thomas if she receives enough votes tonight. Easter Thomas represents District 7, which takes up a large portion of downtown Memphis, Harbortown, parts of South Memphis and North Memphis, where I am this morning. Her opponent in this race is Jimmy Hassan. We know downtown Memphis crime has been an ongoing issue and concern for constituents in that area, so whoever is elected should expect to hear those concerns. District 2 covers East Memphis and Cordova, while District 3 council members will represent Whitehaven, Hickory Hill, and Parkway Village. The race for District 2 includes Jerry Green and Scott McCormick. Green received nearly 4,000 votes in the Memphis municipal election last month, while McCormick was close to 5,500 votes. The race for District 3 includes James Kirkwood and Pearl Eva Walker. Both candidates received more than 2,000 votes, moving them to today's runoff election. We also saw more than 3,600 votes in this race for early voting period. Polls have opened at 7 o'clock and they'll close at 7 o'clock tonight. Reporting in North Memphis, Sydney Hawkins, Action News 5.
Memphis police investigating a shooting at the Love's truck stop on Lamar. Detectives say the shooter killed 1 man. He was found in the driver's seat of a Mustang around 5 last night. The identity of the victim has not been released right now. There is no suspect information either. If you know anything, please call or text crime numbers. You can remain anonymous. That number is 901-528-CASH. Okay, I want to tell you about Tennessee State Senator Brent Taylor. He has requested assistance from Governor Bill Lee to help with Memphis's surging crime. And while the senator's letter says it is an honor to serve the people of Memphis and eastern Shelby County, Senator Brent Taylor says, quote, "My city is under siege." He outlines the overwhelming crime that's happened all over the weekend and also emphasized the importance of protecting the Bluff City, saying, quote, "Memphis needs help to save it from future ruin. The state of Tennessee cannot be successful if its most famous city is not successful." That was sent yesterday. We'll update you on any kind of response. Let's talk about Tennessee state lawmakers meeting to discuss rejecting more than $1 billion in federal education money. Republican leaders say they started a task force to see if there are too many strings attached to that money and that the state would be perhaps better served without it. We'll let you know what lawmakers decide here on Action News 5. We're also in January look to hear what's called a Tennessee Contraceptive Freedoms Act. It would protect contraceptive forms like condoms, birth control, and IUDs. Some lawmakers have submitted bills that would say the same thing about abortion. Those bills failed last session. Right now, the only exceptions for abortion are for the health of the mother or the health of the baby. Another live look from our High Five camera. Midtown Memphis, 54 degrees, 716. More Action News 5 after this. I want to talk to you now about the epidemic that is AIDS. World AIDS Day is December 1st, and it's really an opportunity for people worldwide to unite against the fight of HIV and support people living with HIV because it continues to be a global public health crisis. Joining me to talk more about this is the head of research and development at ViiV Healthcare, Dr. Kimberly Smith. Dr. Smith, good morning to you. Let's talk a little bit about HIV and how it's continuing to be a global health crisis some 40 years later. Good morning.
Good morning. No, you're right. HIV is still a major challenge. And I think because we don't talk about it so much anymore, people think that it's gone away. But the reality is that there's 1.2 million people in the United States living with HIV. And there are 32,000 new cases of HIV diagnosed every year. And so it is still a major challenge that we need to deal with.
Yes, Dr. Smith. And I'm wondering, can you kind of highlight maybe the various communities that are hit harder than others?
Well, in particular, I think it's important for folks to know that the South actually is disproportionately impacted. Of the cases in the United States, 52% of them are in the South, whereas the South only makes up about 38% of the US population. So a lot of people assume that HIV is in some of the bigger cities or in the North or in the West. And the reality is that the South is where the highest numbers of cases are coming from. What we also know is that Blacks and Latinos are disproportionately impacted by HIV. Roughly 70% of the new cases are in Black and Latino individuals, even though they only make up about 32% of the overall US population. So it definitely impacts some communities, both geographically and demographically, more than others.
Do we know why that's the case, both demographically and geographically?
Well, I think some of this is about lack of access to healthcare, lack of access to information. some maybe misinformation about how you contract HIV. And some people just think HIV is gone and it's not something to worry about anymore. And so, when you have a community where you have higher rates, it becomes somewhat self-perpetuating in that, the vulnerability to acquiring HIV is higher if you're in an environment where there's more HIV.
Can we talk, Dr. Smith, about the major advances in HIV medicines during the past decade? I understand there's quite a few.
There are quite a few. So I've been taking care of HIV for 30 years. Back in the first days of HIV, treatments were very complicated. People had to take a handful of medicines multiple times a day. They were also associated with some significant side effects that made them difficult to take. But nowadays, people can take as little as one pill every day and keep their virus under control. And we at ViiV Healthcare have developed actually an HIV treatment where you only need to dose every 2 months and keep your virus under control. And that's really important because people who have HIV and a controlled virus, basically they get to live a long, healthy life, and basically as long as individuals who aren't living with HIV, and they don't transmit to their sexual partners. The other major advance is that we now have something called PrEP, or pre-exposure prophylaxis, which means you can take a pill every day, which will significantly reduce the likelihood of contracting HIV if you're currently now HIV negative. We've also at ViiV developed a long-acting or every 2-month treatment or prevention agent called Apretude, and that's spelled Apretude. And if people want more information, they can go to apretude.com to learn more about that long-acting prevention. But mostly, I want people to go to their doctors. I want them to get tested for HIV, and if they are HIV infected, there's lots of treatment options. And if they're not living with HIV, but they may benefit from PrEP, they can talk to their doctors about what would be the best option for them.
What do you see playing the most critical role in ending the HIV/AIDS epidemic, Doctor?
We have to do all the above. So everybody has to be tested and know their status so that if you're living with HIV, you go on treatment. We need individuals who might benefit from PrEP. And the CDC says there are about 1 million people in the US who could benefit from being on PrEP. Right now, only about 36% of those folks are on PrEP. So we need more people on prevention, and we need to make sure everyone who's living with HIV is on treatment. We also need to address stigma. HIV is still a very stigmatized disease, and if we talk about it more, normalize it more, then maybe people won't feel as uncomfortable going to their doctors and asking for a test and talking about their potential vulnerability to HIV. All those things will get us to the end of the epidemic.
Dr. Kimberly Smith, Head of Research and Development at ViiV Healthcare, we appreciate your time this morning. Thanks so very much for your information.
Thank you for having me.
Want to tell you about an event that's happening this Saturday from 11 to 3. We're talking about Eat This Book. This is a festival for you if you like to eat. You can celebrate Memphis food culture with vendors, food trucks, samples, crafts, and much, much more. Great stuff here as we are joined by Blake McVeigh with the Memphis Library to talk more about this event. Blake, good morning to you. Tell me more about this. Is this the first time ever we've had this kind of festival? And it's called Eat the Book. Eat This Book, right?
Correct. No, this is not the first time. This festival started back in 2019. We wanted to highlight Memphis food culture and the role that the library plays in that. It really started out of the Business and Sciences Department of the Central Branch, Benjamin L. Hooks, and that is where a vast array of not only cookbooks, but a lot of other food related books are stored. And I felt like it wasn't really being highlighted enough. So we came up with this food festival, and we bring in really the chiefly what it is it is chefs demonstrating recipes and giving people an opportunity to sample the recipes. And what we hope to do is inspire people to become chefs themselves.
I love it. I love it. So you have these cookbooks in this section of the Memphis Library. It wasn't getting enough recognition, or people weren't coming to that portion of the library enough. So you said, all right, let's take these books, let's get some recipes, let's highlight them, and allow people to take a part. Is that kind of the whole gist of this?
That is a perfect encapsulation of what we're trying to do. And so this is the third time we've done this festival. Of course, we had to pause 1 year for pandemic lockdown, but we resumed last year. We had it at the newer Raleigh branch. This is the first year we'll be having Eat This Book at the Cosset branch, which, as you probably know, was recently reopened back in the spring. And one of the thrilling things for me is this year we are highlighting somebody who is really an embodiment of what this festival represents. Chef Eli Townsend has a restaurant here in the Cosset branch, Dos Hermanos Kitchen. And when he had his grand opening earlier this year, one of the things he described was growing up in Frazier, his mom would take him to the library. And one of the things that made him want to be a chef was reading cookbooks, reading other food-related books at the Frazier Library, and it inspired him eventually to become a chef. And now he's pretty well known throughout the city, especially here in downtown, as a very excellent chef. He also has catering services, and so he will be our, let's call him our keynote chef. So we're going to have 3 different sessions of live chef demonstrations. We're going to have a couple of librarians, a father-daughter duo are going to be our first demonstrators. Then we're going to have another local baker be our second demonstrator, and then Eli will close out the festival with his demonstration. We're also going to have some other samples throughout the day. We're going to have cotton candy, popcorn. It's going to be a lot of fun.
It sounds amazing. I want to show this once again for our viewers here. So Chef Eli, just one of several different people that are expected to perform and be a part of making some of the foods there while highlighting the cookbooks there at the Cosset Library downtown, newly renovated. It looks amazing. One thing you said, Blake, I'm curious. Does Chef Eli, you said does he have a restaurant inside the library? I'm curious about that.
Yes, he does. Absolutely. Right when you come in the Cosset branch, double doors right there at the front. If you take a hard right, you will be walking right into Dos Hermanos Kitchen. It's a beautiful little facility. He has a really interesting menu. Has an interesting take on some things that we all know. Like, we all know what a waffle is, but Chef Eli has something that he calls a falafel waffle. That's really interesting. He has Taco Tuesdays. He does his own thing with tacos. That's always interesting. They're always coming up with an interesting spin on familiar foods and making them just a little more interesting. So come on out and check out Dos Hermanos Kitchen. They're not open on Mondays. The library is open on Mondays, but they are open Tuesday through Saturday. And a couple months back, they started doing brunch on Saturdays. And you never know what's going to pop up in the kitchen. Lots of times there's live music. There's almost always music of some type or another. Sometimes it's, Bluetoothed to a PA system, but many times there's live music or other entertainment. They have a lot of fun over there, and we really love having them in our branch.
Eat This Book Festival this Saturday, November 18th from 11 in the morning until 3 in the afternoon. It's at the Cosset Branch Library, 33 South Front Street, and all kinds of food vendors, food trucks, free samples, crafts, and much more, essentially highlighting the cookbooks rather, at the library and some of the people that are going to be cooking some of those recipes. I love the idea of this festival. I really hope it goes well. It's free, of course, for everybody, right?
Yes, it's absolutely free.
Excellent, excellent. Anything else, Blake, before we let you go?
No, thank you for the opportunity for letting us share about our festival. We hope everybody comes out and you're going to have a good time.
Yeah, it sounds like an amazing time, Blake McVeigh. We appreciate you and we appreciate everything that the library does for all of us. And good luck this weekend with Eat This Book Festival at the Cosset Library. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Action News 5 digital desk. It's a Thursday. It's November 16th, and we have an amazing sunrise happening right now. You can see it live from our Midtown High 5 camera. 54 degrees in Midtown as you get up on this Thursday. Meteorologist Patrick Ellis joining us now to talk about a forecast. Nice scene behind you, Patrick.
Yeah, of course, the beautiful start to the morning. Of course, we've got some altocumulus clouds puffing up around the skies, adding some texture to that morning sunrise. Off in the distance here from our MDOT camera, this is looking from Coahoma County, looking towards Phillips County at the Highway 49 bridge here. You see a little deck of clouds, a little bit more pervasive looking across the river. So we have a few more clouds at other locations, while other spots you got clear skies depending on where you are. Is how it's playing out for you this morning. All of us, though, starting off with temperatures that are in the 40s and 50s this morning, where the skies have been clear for longer. You got numbers that are down into the 40s yet again. 46 in Brownsville, 45 Oakland, Bolivar this morning as well. We're 47 in Dyersburg. Covington checking in at 45, 54 here in Memphis, 50 in Hernando. Good morning to our friends in southern DeSoto County, 52 in Cortland, 54 Oxford, and 54 in Helena, West Helena to start off the day. I tell you what, today's going to be a gorgeous day across the board. Hopefully you can get out and enjoy it, because I tell you what, you can't get much better than this in the middle portions of November here in the Mid-South. Highs today topping out generally in the lower to middle 70s. Unseasonably warm. The upper 60s and low 70s. Unseasonably warm for this time of the year. You know, we're getting to the point where record highs are actually in the 70s at this point in some instances. But overall, again, a beautiful day across the region with a mixture of clouds and sunshine. Clouds will continue to thicken up as we head through the overnight period, leading up to a chance for some passing showers as we head through the overnight period. And the start of your Friday could have some implications for that morning commute tomorrow. Not everybody catching some showers, but a few of us may have to tangle with that to head out the door on Friday morning into Friday afternoon. The showers will start to taper off, and maybe a couple of breaks in the clouds by the end of the day, as temperatures still top out in the middle to upper 60s for Friday. Frontal boundary continues to sink farther south, clearing us out, looking good for your Saturday. I think Saturday as a whole looks fantastic, starting off with temperatures in the 40s, work away only to the upper 50s and lower 60s by the end of the day on Saturday. And this sets us up for where we're headed moving forward. I think we're clear and quiet going into the overnight period of Saturday into Sunday. I think 30s may be possible early on Sunday morning before we make a big transition in our pattern as we head into the end of the Sunday. So again, lots of sunshine expected Saturday. Of course, we have the final home game of the season for the Memphis Tigers, and going up against SMU. The last time that they will play in conference over at Simmons Bank Liberty Stadium. That's 11 a.m. kickoff. We've got temperatures that will be in the 50s at that point, working our way to near 60 by the end of the day. Sunday looks pretty good, starting off with sunshine, but I think the clouds become more dominant by the end of the day. That eventually leads up to better chances for rain and storms. We've been talking about this first alert to the beginning of your Thanksgiving week, and that really hasn't changed all that much. What may have changed in the short term, some of the modeling coming in a little wetter for one. Two, the risk for a few strong to severe thunderstorms has also emerged as well. That'll be something that we have to keep an eye on. We've been mentioning the potential for severe weather is low, but we are watching it right now to highlight a point where severe weather may be a bit more opportunistic across central Mississippi and northern Louisiana. We'll watch that closely because that could have some implications back here across our neck of the woods, but rain likely, and we'll be watching that moving in here along a warm front starting off late Sunday into Monday. Monday looks to be a wet go of things across the board, but the question mark is, how does that play out? Will we have that warm front draped across the I-40 corridor and south of that boundary? Will we have enough energy, enough instability to get some strong and severe thunderstorms to get going? It is a possibility, so it's something that we'll have to keep an eye on here in the next few days. Rain will continue through the overnight period of Monday into early Tuesday. By midday Tuesday, rain showers coming to an end and everything exiting looking good by the time we head towards Wednesday of next week. Of course, Wednesday, one of the biggest travel days of the entire year. Locally, at least, our weather will be in an improving state, but regionally and nationally, not so great, especially if you have plans heading to the northeast and the east coast. In the meantime, the weather looking pretty good the next few days, except for a couple of hiccups here and there. One of the ways that you can stay up to date on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. Download it in the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store. 72 today, mostly to partly sunny skies. Clouds thickening up tonight. Scattered showers a possibility for tomorrow. It's not an all-day situation. I think the best opportunities will be during the morning hours and overnight tonight. So there will be some showers after midnight tonight, and then scattered showers possible tomorrow that could have some impacts for that morning commute for a few of us. It's not a huge rain chance, though, and really the rain that we would see pretty light. Sunshine to return by Saturday. Sunday looks to be generally pretty nice. I think we start off with sunshine, but the clouds will thicken up after lunch. Rain becoming more dominant overnight Sunday leading into Monday. And again, watching these numbers here for Monday as we go through this time frame, we're going to add in there is a potential for a storm risk. We've been mentioning that potential that there could be a few storms associated with it as well. But if we start seeing these highs creeping upward in the next couple of days, the potential for severe weather may become a bit more prevalent. So that's something that we're going to keep an eye on. Of course, that's leading into Thanksgiving week. That would be the highest impactful day, would be overnight Sunday, going throughout the day Monday, and then overnight Monday into Tuesday before everything clears out, and then we'll start to improve there. And I think, Thanksgiving itself looks to be fantastic. Chilly, though. Temperatures in the 50s that day, lows down in the 30s. But you get the idea. Of course, we have some scattered showers here for tomorrow, but our biggest impactful day right now looks to be Monday of next week, Andrew.
Okay, interesting forecast there. 7 days, kind of a mixed bag of all kinds of things. Amazing weekend, a storm threat there or risk, and chilly temperatures on Thanksgiving, huh?
Yeah, and I want to go back to something that I said the other day. There was some social media chatter where they were talking about snow on Thanksgiving. There ain't no snow on Thanksgiving, so don't think that for a second, okay? If y'all come at me mad because there wasn't snow on Thanksgiving, you go to the source, which was not Action News 5. Just say that.
Right.
I'll also point out that it was no other television station in the Memphis area either. But there were some social media chatter in Mississippi talking about that. But anyways, the fact of the matter is, this time of the year we couldn't buy a drop of rain for the last couple months. We're finally going to get an opportunity for rain, but it may also come with a risk for some stronger storms. We're more likely to see severe weather than we are to see snow. Let's be honest with ourselves here. And I'm looking at this and saying we're due. Let's just say that we're due for the potential for some severe weather here across the Mid-South. So it will be something to watch here in the next couple of days. It could just be the rain. We'll take that, but at some point in time, we got to start highlighting that potential, and we start leaning into it here the next couple of days and fine-tuning that part of the forecast.
Well, we appreciate you watching it for us. Meteorologist Patrick Ellis giving us the first alert to any kind of storm risk out there. Patrick, thanks.
No problem.
Back here in the Action News 5 digital desk, have you ever felt like you're kind of a klutz at home? You bump your knee or you trip and fall over just anything in your house? Sometimes that happens, even at work. You just go around your normal routine and you turn around and you have all these like bruises on you. You're like, what is happening here? Well, these are preventable injuries, and believe it or not, there is a National Injury Prevention Day. Let's talk to someone who knows a little bit about this. I'm joined now by Jarita Hollins. She's with Regional 1, and she is a coordinator for the burn and trauma services. Jarita, nice to have you back on the digital desk. Tell us about National Injury Prevention Day. What exactly is it, and what does it really mean? Good morning.
Good morning, Andrew. Yes, thank you for having me back. Well, National Injury Prevention Day will be observed this Saturday, November the 18th, and it's a day to raise awareness of preventable injuries and violence and to encourage others to make a positive change. We want to empower and educate communities with safety knowledge so that they can prevent injuries.
Okay, and so let's talk about what exactly is considered a preventable injury.
Well, a preventable injury usually follows a predictable pattern, and most are preventable with common knowledge, safety devices, and careful habits. For instance, if you want to prevent unintentional shootings, you might want to consider using a gun lock on your gun.
Okay, what about in the household? I mean, can you give me an example of something that, people would consider a preventable injury maybe around the house or at work?
So an accidental fall, we see a lot of accidental falls that come through Regional 1 Health. And so, for instance, if you wanted to maybe secure rugs that are on your floor, if they slip and slide a lot, you might want to think about putting some adhesive backing on those rugs so that they will not slip and slide. Also, make sure that you have good lighting in your home and try to put up different cords that may also lead to tripping and eventually falls.
I like that. That helps just kind of identify exactly preventable injuries. How common are they, and what kind do you see at Regional 1 the most, Jarita?
Preventable injuries are extremely common. They are the leading cause of death of young people up to the age of 44. And preventable injuries account for more fatalities than all other diseases combined. So here at Regional 1, we happen to see quite often gunshot wounds, accidental falls, and motor vehicle accidents.
Yeah, I was going to say, boy, it really kind of runs the gamut here. So in order to avoid preventable injuries, if you had to kind of just highlight maybe 2 or 3 different things, what would you say?
Absolutely. So in order to avoid accidental shootings with firearms, we strongly encourage that you keep firearms unloaded and locked and stored separately away from the ammunition. Also, model responsible firearm behavior. And also, keep firearms out of the sight and reach of small children. And for instance, with motor vehicle accidents, to avoid those types of injuries, make sure you're always wearing your seatbelt. And don't talk on the phone when you're driving. Remember that Tennessee is a hands-free state. Also, try to avoid distractions while driving, such as eating or drinking, rubbernecking, reaching around in the automobile, trying to find different things, and changing the climate control or radio stations in your car. Also, in order to prevent motor vehicle accident injuries, make sure that you don't drive when you're tired or you're overly sleepy. Also, make sure that you don't drive when you're under the influence of drugs or alcohol or any prescribed medications, because those can cause drowsiness or sleepiness at times as well.
Sounds good, Jarita. Anything else we can touch on before we let you go with regards to this topic?
Well, I just want to mention that Regional One Health does offer free community education and trainings in order to help prevent accidental injuries. We offer Stop the Bleed, which is a training that individuals can take in order to learn how to stop the bleed in a severely injured person. I also offer fall prevention courses for those who are at high risk for falls. And also Distracted Driving and Violence Prevention is a program that's aimed at our teens that helps them to learn about the dangers of reckless driving behaviors.
Jaretta Hollins, Regional One Health, and talking to us about National Injury Prevention Day, which is this Saturday, November 18th. Jaretta, thank you so much for the insight. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Andrew.
Good morning, everyone. Andrew Douglas in the Action News 5 digital desk. Money and financial responsibilities. That tops the list of some of the biggest stressors out there for so many American families. The American Heart Association has revealed some new research this morning linking stress to cardiovascular disease. You know, the summertime is supposed to be more relaxing, more chill, I guess you could say. It's supposed to be easier, but many of us feeling more stressed than ever before. Let's bring in psychologist Andrea Iglesias to discuss more about these stresses and stress levels and how to bring it down. Good morning, Dr. Iglesias. Can you talk about today's biggest stressors for us, according to this study?
Of course. Hi, good morning. So happy to be here with you. So the biggest stressors that we're seeing, according to our studies, are family responsibility, work, health, money. So stressors can be individual, but these are the things that are coming up over and over again for a lot of people.
Yeah, and I mean, the sky high inflation, everything's costing more. I'm sure that has to deal with it as well. How does it impact our heart health?
So when people think about stress, you know, they often think about just their mental well-being, but the truth is that stress has an impact on our overall well-being, our physical well-being, and certainly our heart health. So what ends up happening, especially with chronic stress, is that we can see an increase in heart rate and blood pressure and inflammation, as well as some behaviors that may not be very healthy. So not sleeping well, not eating well, not exercising, and all of those things come together to eventually lead to potentially chronic stress. So it's really important that we're paying attention to that connection so that we can prevent things from getting worse.
Who's most at risk when it comes to these stressors, doctor?
So we know that stress levels are going up in general for everybody. So this is something for everyone to pay attention to. But the studies are showing as well that the Hispanic community is particularly impacted. So one of the things that I wanted to talk about today is the American Heart Association's campaign called Protecting Your Wellbeing Together. This is a campaign that provides education, resources around this connection between stress and heart health. And it's a campaign that's offered in both English and Spanish. So this is really important because it becomes a resource for everybody, no matter which language they speak.
What are some healthy ways to deal with the stress that Americans are feeling right now?
Well, the most important thing is to think about what are the manageable steps that you can take in your life. So it's going to look a little bit different for everybody, but a few things that you can try are, for example, taking breaks during the day. So depending on your work schedule, thinking how you can protect time to take a breather, to ground yourself, to make sure you're not going back to back, protecting time for exercise. For me, even just going outside for 30 minutes and taking a walk can make a huge difference, you know, being out with fresh air, connecting with loved ones, with family, with friends, making an effort, being really intentional, maybe even making sure that you're having dinner together every night. And of course, you know, grounding yourself in gratitude is really important, has shown to have really positive effects in managing stress.
Yeah, gratitude is big. I certainly see that. We've touched on a number of different issues and ways to help families out there. Where can we get some more information online?
Well, the campaign has some really great resources. So if you go to heart.org/stress, you can find lots of great tips on managing stress and more information on these studies linking, you know, heart disease and heart health with stress. So you can learn more about that and not just educate yourself, but also those around you to make sure that, you know, we're taking care of ourselves and each other.
Okay, psychologist Dr. Andrea Iglesias, we really appreciate your time this morning. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Good morning, everyone. Andrew Douglas in the Action News 5 digital desk. Inflation and interest rates, they are still running hot, leaving many consumers hesitant to spend money on items and activities that they truly love. And there's also concerns of a recession, if we're headed towards one, if we're in one right now. Let's bring in a smart shopping expert, Trey Bodge, to talk more about consumers and their spending habits, what they're concerned about. Trey, good morning. Let's talk about the latest spending trends and the challenges that Americans face right now.
So thank you so much for having me. This is such an important topic. Obviously, as you said, inflation continues to arise, and what we are seeing right now is a bit of a spending slowdown year over year, and then from March over February, month over month. Consumers are keeping their wallets a little bit closer. They're spending less, but of course, at the same time, we're heading into summer. We're wanting to travel. We have all these gifts to give: Mother's Day, Father's Day, grads, weddings. And so it's a tough time because consumers want to spend, but may not have the money to do so. And we're obviously avoiding debt as well because debt is more expensive. So it's a little bit of a tricky time financially for many Americans.
Yeah, no question about it, Trey. And I was just going to ask you, I mean, we got Mother's Day this weekend. Next month, we have Father's Day. Got a couple graduates in my family, got to get gifts for. How do we stay on budget with all this stuff?
So that is a great question, and that is really the key point here. We want to stay on budget. So I would suggest taking a couple minutes and taking a look at your budget, seeing if there's wiggle room, and then getting a sense of how much you can spend per person, and then planning your gift giving accordingly. The other thing that I would say is look for ways to save. Because this is such a big gift giving time, a lot of retailers will be offering sales. And so you should take advantage of looking at your favorite deals site to see if you can maybe get a coupon or earn some cash back. And then also don't ignore your memberships. You might have discounts coming that you don't even know are there. So for example, if you're an AARP member and you haven't bought some flowers for mom yet, there are amazing discounts with FTD. You can save 25% site-wide right now. And there are ways to save additionally on select bouquets by using code AARP30 or AARP40. 40 to save on select bouquets. So by taking those extra steps, you can save significantly.
I like those ideas, memberships, coupons, that sort of thing. What about celebrations? Going out and trying to fight the crowds on Mother's Day is something that nobody wants to be a part of. And I understand that maybe celebrating at home might be a better option. Tell me more.
Yeah, so I love that. I mean, I am not one to go out and fight the crowds on Mother's Day either. And obviously, sometimes there's a prefix menu and there aren't things on there that everyone wants. And so I say celebrate at home. And a great way to do that is to do it collaboratively with the people around you. Have a potluck. Everyone loves to show off their favorite or their famous cookie recipe or their chili recipe. Have everyone bring something. And that obviously impacts the amount of time that you're spending to plan, and also the amount that you're spending as well financially. So that's a really good way to lighten the load and have a great time at the same time.
So after we get all this, Mother's Day, Father's Day, graduations, we're still trying to keep to that budget, stick to it as much as possible. And sometimes your health and health checkups might get in the way of that, or at least you don't want to initially spend for something like that. How can we stay on the budget, but yet still pay attention to our health to keep it at optimal levels?
Right. So throughout the pandemic, so many people stopped going to the doctor. Obviously, we were afraid to for a while, and then we just kind of put those things on the back burner. So I'm suggesting to everyone to get back on that schedule, get your regular checkups, because obviously health problems are more expensive than being healthy, right? And then I would also say, if you're interested in maybe getting your hearing checked or your eyes checked, these are very important things as well. And if you happen to be an AARP member, there are ways to save on both of those areas. So believe it or not, there are ways to save on your health care as well. And so you really want to keep up with those appointments and then make sure to get your hearing and eyes checked at the same time.
Anything else, Trey, before we let you go? This has been some great ideas and suggestions for people.
Yeah, so the last thing that I would say, because interest is so high, it's really important to try to avoid credit card debt, because debt becomes more expensive when the interest rates are high. So try to stay within your budget when you're buying these gifts or hosting these gatherings, and you'll be much better for it.
All right, Trey Baj, a smart shopping expert there. We really appreciate you joining us here on the Digital Desk. Thanks for the recommendations and suggestions. Appreciate it.
Thanks so much for having me.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. It's a Thursday. It's November 16th, and we have an amazing sunrise happening right now. You can see it live from our Midtown High 5 camera. 54 degrees in Midtown as you get up on this Thursday. Meteorologist Patrick Ellis joining us now to talk about a forecast. Nice scene behind you, Patrick.
Yeah, of course, the beautiful start to the morning. Of course, we got some altocumulus clouds puffing up around the skies, adding some texture to that morning sunrise. Off in the distance here from our MDOT camera, this is looking from Coahoma County, looking towards Phillips County at the Highway 49 bridge here. You see a little deck of clouds, a little bit more pervasive looking across the river. So we have a few more clouds at other locations, while other spots you got clear skies depending on where you are. Is how it's playing out for you this morning. All of us, though, starting off with temperatures that are in the 40s 40s and 50s this morning, where the skies have been clear for longer. You got numbers that are down into the 40s yet again. 46 in Brownsville, 45 Oakland, Bolivar this morning as well. We're 47 in Dyersburg. Covington checking into 45, 54 here in Memphis, 50 in Hernando. Good morning to our friends in southern DeSoto County. 52 in Cortland, 54 Oxford, and 54 in Helena, West Helena to start off the day. I tell you what, today's going to be a gorgeous day across the board. Hopefully you can get out and enjoy it, because I tell you what, you can't get much better than this in the middle portions of November here in the Mid-South. Highs today topping out generally in the lower to middle 70s. Unseasonably warm. The upper 60s and low 70s. Unseasonably warm for this time of the year. We're getting to the point where record highs are actually in the 70s at this point in some instances. But overall, again, a beautiful day across the region with a mixture of clouds and sunshine. Clouds will continue to thicken up as we head through the overnight period, leading up to a chance for some passing showers as we head through the overnight period and the start of your Friday. Could have some implications for that morning commute tomorrow. Not everybody catching some showers, but a few of us may have to tangle with that to head out the door on Friday morning into Friday afternoon. The showers will start to taper off, and maybe a couple of breaks in the clouds by the end of the day, as temperatures still top out in the middle to upper 60s for Friday. Frontal boundary continues to sink farther south, clearing us out, looking good for your Saturday. I think Saturday as a whole looks fantastic, starting off with temperatures in the 40s, work away only to the upper 50s and lower 60s by the end of the day on Saturday. And this sets us up for where we're headed moving forward. I think we're clear and quiet going into the overnight period of Saturday into Sunday. I think 30s may be possible early on Sunday morning before we make a big transition in our pattern as we head into the end of the Sunday. So again, lots of sunshine expected Saturday. Of course, we have the final home game of the season for the Memphis Tigers, and going up against SMU. The last time that they will play in conference over at Simmons Bank Liberty Stadium. That's 11 a.m. kickoff. We've got temperatures that will be in the 50s at that point, working our way to near 60 by the end of the day. Sunday looks pretty good, starting off with sunshine, but I think the clouds become more dominant by the end of the day, and that eventually leads up to better chances for rain and storms. We've been talking about this first alert to the beginning of your Thanksgiving week, and that really hasn't changed all that much. What may have changed in the short term, some of the modeling coming in a little wetter for one. Two, the risk for a few strong to severe thunderstorms has also emerged as well. That'll be something that we have to keep an eye on. We've been mentioning the potential for severe weather is low, but we are watching it right now to highlight a point where severe weather may be a bit more opportunistic across central Mississippi and northern Louisiana. We'll watch that closely because that could have some implications back here across our neck of the woods, but rain likely, and we'll be watching that moving in here along a warm front starting off late Sunday into Monday. Monday looks to be a wet go of things across the board, but the question mark is, how does that play out? Will we have that warm front draped across the I-40 corridor and south of that boundary? Will we have enough energy, enough instability to get some strong and severe thunderstorms to get going? It is a possibility, so it's something that we'll have to keep an eye on here in the next few days. Rain will continue through the overnight period of Monday into early Tuesday. By midday Tuesday, rain showers coming to an end and everything exiting looking good by the time we head towards Wednesday of next week. Of course, Wednesday, one of the biggest travel days of the entire year. Locally, at least, our weather will be in an improving state, but regionally and nationally, not so great, especially if you have plans heading to the northeast and the east coast. In the meantime, the weather looking pretty good the next few days, except for a couple of hiccups here and there. One of the ways that you can stay up to date on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. Download it in the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store. 72 today, mostly to partly sunny skies. Clouds thickening up tonight. Scattered showers a possibility for tomorrow. It's not an all-day situation. I think the best opportunities will be during the morning hours and overnight tonight. So there will be some showers after midnight tonight, and then scattered showers possible tomorrow that could have some impacts for that morning commute for a few of us. It's not a huge rain chance, though, and really the rain that we would see pretty light. Sunshine to return by Saturday. Sunday looks to be generally pretty nice. I think we start off with sunshine, but the clouds will thicken up after lunch. Rain becoming more dominant overnight Sunday leading into Monday. And again, watching these numbers here for Monday as we go through this time frame, we're going to add in there is a potential for a storm risk. We've been mentioning that potential that there could be a few storms associated with it as well. But if we start seeing these highs creeping upward in the next couple of days, the potential for severe weather may become a bit more prevalent. So that's something that we're going to keep an eye on. Of course, that's leading into Thanksgiving week. That would be the highest impactful day, would be overnight Sunday, going throughout the day Monday, and then overnight Monday into Tuesday before everything clears out, and then we'll start to improve there. And I think, Thanksgiving itself looks to be fantastic. Chilly, though. Temperatures in the 50s that day, lows down in the 30s. But you get the idea. Of course, we have some scattered showers here for tomorrow, but our biggest impactful day right now looks to be Monday of next week, Andrew.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Tech gifts, boy, they are always in demand, it seems, for the holiday season. But what many people don't know is that some of that new technology out there also comes with risks of explosions and fires from those lithium-ion batteries. You know how you go on a flight and they ask you if anything about those batteries, if you have anything that's checked in your luggage? Well, those lithium-ion batteries can be pretty dangerous out there. Let's talk a little bit about some of those issues. I'm joined now by Jennifer Williams, a senior research specialist for the Fire Safety Research Institute. Jennifer, good morning to you. So we understand there's a Take Charge of Your Battery Safety campaign. Tell us what that is. Good morning.
Good morning, Andrew. Thank you. Yes, Take Charge of Battery Safety is a public education campaign based off of the Fire Safety Research Institute's work to educate the public on ways that they can stay safe when choosing and also using their lithium-ion battery-powered devices.
Yeah, so, we hear this all the time, Jennifer, when we get ready to board a flight. Do you have any kind of batteries in your luggage and that sort of thing? What does it mean? What does this campaign mean to take charge of battery safety?
Sure. Well, CHARGE is actually an acronym. Each letter stands for a safety reminder on how to take care of their device. So C is for choose certified products. We want to make sure that when you're picking out your products, you're looking for that label from a nationally certified testing laboratory. H, handle with care, only using the chargers that actually come with the device and making sure that you're caring for that device. A, for always stay alert. Make sure that you know what the warning signs are. If your device is damaged, you're sensing heat, maybe a strange odor, wispy smoke, stop using that device immediately. R, recycle those batteries. Never throw them in the trash. And if you have a question, reach out to your local recycling center. G, get out if there's a fire. We want you to use that fire escape plan. And E, educate others. And this campaign is a really great way to do that.
An obvious question here. Tell me some of the problems with the lithium batteries.
Sure. Well, it's really not obvious to everyone, and that's why we're here today. These lithium-ion battery-powered devices, once they overheat, they go into something called thermal runaway, and they can cause a fire that can leave you with less than 1 minute to escape. So this is a really pressing issue, and this is a critical time to learn what to do in advance.
I'm looking at that crazy video you just showed me. Is that from someone just kind of plugging in a device into the wall? Was that a phone? What was that?
So that was actually an e-bike, and this is one of our research experiments, but it's symbolizing what can actually happen if a device, especially one that is not certified or is using an improper charger, is left charging too long, maybe overnight. It can overcharge and overheat and cause a situation just like this. And it's why we also tell people to make sure to not charge these devices overnight if they can, but especially not in front of their doors or windows in case there is a fire. It's not going to block them from escaping.
Goodness. I mean, man, that video's pretty intense here. All right, so if someone has, these devices, these, various technology, laptops, phones, e-bikes that you just saw, what's the best advice for just staying safe and doing kind of the routine measures in order to charge your device, but do it safely?
Sure. Really, the acronym that I mentioned lists out the safety measures, but specifically with charging, again, not charging it in front of your windows or doors. So if you need to take it out, you can. Don't charge it under a pillow. If it's possible, don't charge it near combustible materials. It's something that we never would have thought of before, but our research shows why this is so important.
Anything else you want to mention, Jennifer, before we let you go regarding this campaign and the safety of just, charging these type of devices?
Sure. Well, we'd really love for your viewers to go to batteryfiresafety.org. They can watch our full new PSA video, and we have resources with facts and other information to download and share with their loved ones and community.
Batteryfiresafety.org. Jennifer Williams, we appreciate you illuminating us to the danger of those lithium batteries out there and making sure that you definitely adhere to proper care. Jennifer, thanks.
Thank you so much.
All right, we're going to take another live look from our High Five camera in Midtown Memphis. More Action News 5 right after this. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. Going to be a bright day. Lots of sunshine, as you can see from our Midtown High Five camera right now. 54 degrees at 8:11. It is going to be fantastic. That's according to meteorologist Patrick Ellis. We're going to be talking more about the forecast and the changes expected coming up in just a little bit. Right now, I want to talk about what happened at Topgolf last night. We're hearing no one was injured, but there was some shots fired outside in the parking lot. This is the second incident we've reported with the entertainment venue in mind. A week ago, we reported on an apparent fight that happened inside Topgolf. Of course, we'll keep you updated on that and anything else that happens there. All right, I want to talk now about what has happened here with a Memphis woman accused in a fatal hit and run on Madison Avenue in Midtown back in 2017 has now pleaded guilty in this case. We are talking about Joanna Goodfellow. She was accused of hitting and killing Christopher Phillips, who was crossing Madison near the Blue Monkey. This is a picture of her. You may remember this story. It was something that we covered for many, many weeks and months. More than 6 years later, Joanna Goodfellow pleaded guilty to reckless vehicular homicide, tampering with evidence, leaving the scene of an accident involving a death. She was sentenced to 3 years of supervised probation. Okay, let's talk about turkey safety right now because Thanksgiving is, believe it or not, just 1 week away. The USDA reminding everyone about that important step to thaw your turkey. There's 2 ways to do it safely: refrigerator or in cold water. It takes about 24 hours for every 4 or 5 pounds to thaw out in the fridge. It can stay there for 1 to 2 days before cooking. You can thaw it in cold water, keep the turkey in its original wrapper. Change the water every 30 minutes. Then you have to cook it right when it's thawed out. Do not thaw your turkey on the kitchen counter or in the garage. And we also want to show you this video that you can just kind of rack each and every year. The fire hazard that happens when people are trying to cook and fry a turkey improperly. This is what happens. You have this fire and it can really do a lot of damage to your home and your property. You have to make sure that the turkey's completely thawed before you try to fry it. You have to make sure your fryer's on a flat surface. Don't use it on a deck or in a covered space. Also make sure there's enough room for the oil and that it doesn't spill over when you put the turkey inside the fryer. These are all valuable tips and something that we should all be doing here. Natural state, that's Arkansas, ranks third in turkey production. That's according to the U.S. Department of Agriculture's Turkey Raise report. They say enough turkeys have been produced to rebound from the bird flu in 2022. It's good news for prices. USDA said the current price per pound for a turkey weighing 8 to 16 pounds, now $1.15, 35% lower than last year. Let's talk about Graceland. Festivities happening this weekend. Graceland holding its all holiday lighting annual event here. You can make your way down to the home of the King of Rock and Roll to see Christmas lights come alive. This kicks off tonight at 6 o'clock. It's absolutely free. It'll stay festive. Graceland will until January 6th. All right, we are going to now talk about Thanksgiving travel and what to expect on the road or in the sky. All right, welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. We've been talking about holiday travel and Thanksgiving travel this year. It is expected to be high once again. In fact, this year is expected to be a 2.4% increase over last year. It would make it, if that holds true, the second highest increase and the second highest travel weekend over Thanksgiving since 2005. Let's bring in someone to talk more about this, our friend Megan Cooper with AAA joining us on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Megan, always good to see you. Tell us about what that means, having the second highest since 2005. What does that mean for Tennesseans everywhere? Good morning.
Good morning. And what this means is expect there to be a lot of company, regardless of if you're flying or driving to your Thanksgiving plans. 2005 was many, many years ago. So it's been a while since we have seen this volume of travelers for Thanksgiving. So things are going to be busy.
Yes, and we got this beautiful graphic here, travel forecast from AAA. I understand there's some best times to travel and some worst times. Let's talk about that.
Yeah, so taking a look at when you should and shouldn't travel, the majority of Tennesseans are going to be traveling by car. They're going to take a road trip, and we're actually expecting road travel volume to be the highest on record here in Tennessee. So we're expecting the Wednesday before Thanksgiving to be the busiest day on the roadways. So if you can avoid traveling on Wednesday, that's probably best. But looking at the week, Wednesday through the weekend, it's going to be very, very busy in the afternoons. So if you're still planning out your road trip, try to leave earlier in the morning or later in the evening. That is going to allow you to really avoid some of the most congested times that we're expecting on the roads.
I love it, and I love this graphic that we're looking at. It's really easy to really kind of decipher when the best and worst times are. You also have some tips for people flying this Thanksgiving holiday season. Let's talk about that.
Yeah, so if you're flying, one of the biggest tips that I can give you is to plan ahead. So make sure that you're checking in early for your flight. Make sure you download that airline app just so you can stay up to date on if your flight is on time or what's happening. Make sure that you are getting to the airport early. There are going to be lots of people flying, so make sure that you give yourself enough time to get through the security line. If you're checking baggage, get there early. Just make sure that you're not rushing to the airport and not giving yourself enough time. And then finally, make sure that you're packing smartly. So make sure that you have everything that you could possibly need in your carry-on baggage if you're checking your baggage. So make sure that you have medication, extra clothing, things that could be helpful if plans don't go how you want them to in the airport. Just make sure that you have everything with you, just to make sure.
Yeah, no, that's a great point. And tell me how gas prices can really impact this? I see that gas prices are down, and relatively speaking, I'm sure that means that many more people are going to hit the roadway, right?
So we typically don't find that gas prices either deter or encourage travel because this time of year, most people already have those Thanksgiving plans already planned. But this year, we are seeing quite a bit of drop at the pump as what we were seeing earlier in the year. So we are now seeing in Tennessee for the first time since January, gas prices below $3 per gallon. It's likely as we head through the next couple of weeks into the holidays that these cheaper prices are going to stick around. So that's a nice little Thanksgiving gift for drivers to not be paying as much as the pump as we were last year. Last year, the state gas price average was around $3.16. And today we're seeing a gas price average of about $2.96. So a little bit of nice savings, a little bit of money back in the pocket that people could spend on fun Thanksgiving things instead of fueling up their car to get where they're going.
Yeah, I mean, we'll take it. Every little bit counts for sure. Anything else, Megan? We have thousands of people that watch us on the digital desk. I give you the last word. Anything else we can tell them before they take off this Thanksgiving holiday weekend?
Yeah, the biggest thing is just to plan ahead. Know that the roads, the skies are going to be busy. So give yourself plenty of time to get where you're going. Plan ahead and enjoy your Thanksgiving. We want everybody to have fun with family and friends, but planning ahead can help make that a little bit more seamless and remove some of those travel headaches.
Planning ahead, so key. Megan Cooper with AAA, we appreciate you. Have yourself a wonderful Thanksgiving holiday weekend. Thanks for the tips.
Thanks, and you too.
All right, let's talk about the St. Jude Dream Home Giveaway Campaign. In honor of the 25th anniversary, builders celebrated a remarkable accomplishment. They finished framing the new dream home in just 25 hours yesterday. Check it out. Over the past 3 days, the partners with Southern Serenity Homes, Maximus Building Supply, and Eagles Nest Construction framed 3,300 square foot, 3-bedroom, 3.5-bath dream home in Arlington. True labor of love. More than $670 million been raised for St. Jude Children's Research Hospital since the start of the annual Dream Home Giveaway campaign. Tickets for the giveaway will be available in March. Let's talk about this. Uber's making some changes to protect drivers. The company says it is expanding the in-app driver dash cam pilot program. It'll allow drivers to use their smartphone camera to record rides. Starting next year, Uber will also expand the rider identification verification process, allowing drivers to know if they're picking up a verified rider. Rideshare company also says it's making improvements within the app to include easier parking and drop-offs, redesigned trip information, and improved map quality. All right, we've been talking about the holiday season all morning long. Everyone getting into those festive moods and maybe doing some early shopping and certainly getting some more food out there, holiday food for Thanksgiving and then for Christmas. Well, there is a tradition that's been so much a part of the American culture during the holidays. I'm talking about the Radio City Rockettes. The Rockettes have been around, since 1933 here, and they reach all over. They're known internationally all over the world. Well, there is a young lady from the Bartlett area who's a part of the Rockettes, and she joins us right now on the Action News 5 digital desk. Carmen Moore danced at the Dance Academy of Bartlett, and she is now a Rockette. And Carmen, good morning to you. I see that you're in, it looks like a dressing room. Is that where you're talking to us? Good morning.
Yes, good morning. I'm actually here at Radio City Music Hall. We're gearing up for our first show this Friday, November 17th. So I'm here with all of our beautiful costumes behind me. It's so nice to be here.
It looks fantastic, Carmen. So take us through a rehearsal. I mean, you're saying you're getting ready. It's coming up. It's only a few days away. Take us through what that rehearsal is like for you.
Yeah, of course. We actually rehearse 6 hours a day, 6 days a week for 6 weeks. So we are definitely more than enough prepared for bringing the holiday season to New York City. It's been a very wonderful process meeting these amazing women. There's 84 women who work here. And it's just a pleasure to absolutely gain this sisterhood alongside of them. And I am just so blessed to be able to be a part of it.
Oh, yeah, and we're looking at the beautiful Rockettes here. I can see it, the video. I understand that you are the first African-American from the Memphis area to be a part of the Rockettes. Is that true?
Yes, I am. I feel very honored. You know, I grew up watching the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade and seeing women like Denal Morgan on the screen and being like, that's what I want to do one day. And I would just feel so honored to be a part of this wonderful legacy, to be able to inspire other young women just like me to do the same thing and pursue their dreams.
So take me through the process. First, what made you want to be a Rockette? That's one. And then two, what is the audition like?
So I, again, grew up watching the Thanksgiving Day Parade. So watching them every single Thanksgiving was definitely a part of our family tradition. And then my mom was kind enough to take me to Nashville to go see the show when they used to tour. And then I was eventually able to go see it at Radio City Music Hall. And I knew then that that's what I wanted to do. And when I graduated college from SMU, I told myself, it's what you have to do. It's been a lifelong dream of yours. Let's just go audition. And went through the process. It was a 3-day process, and from there I was invited to the Rockettes Conservatory, which is a no-cost invite-only program here, and I was able to learn what it was like to be a part of the line and eventually re-audition and get the call that I got the job.
Yeah, congratulations to you. I got to ask you, I mean, being a part of Radio City Music Hall, being a part of the Rockettes, a tradition that's been around almost 100 years, that carries a lot of weight for some people. What do you think about when you know you rehearse and then you're going to have your performance in a few days? What's going to be going through your mind?
Wow, I mean, there's so much history here at Radio City. I mean, it's all over the walls. You're constantly reminded of the fact that this has been around since 1933, especially doing dances such as the Parade of the Wooden Soldiers, which has been around since 1933. Really putting on those costumes, you feel that legacy on your shoulders. And while, yes, it can be a little nerve-wracking because that's a lot of pressure, it's also very fulfilling to know that you're trusted with this material and you're able to pass that on to millions of people. And it really is a blessing.
Tell us about your family members when they first found out that you were going to be a Rockette, and are they going to be traveling with you or seeing you in different spots? How's that going to work?
Yeah, so actually I was at home when I got the call that I got the job, and my mom was in her office, and I remember being asleep when I got the call, and I woke up and ran to my mom's office to go tell her, and we sat and cried with joy for a long time. But they're so incredibly proud. They'll actually be here for opening night this Friday, which is so exciting. We have a big group, so I'm very excited for this week. It's going to be very special.
Oh, yeah, you should be. Very special. And I guess in terms of people in Memphis and the Mid-South, we'll be able to see you on the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade, correct?
Yes, correct. I actually just recently found out. So you could keep an eye out. You'll see a familiar face.
Fantastic, Carmen. I want to ask you one more thing here. We have thousands of people that watch us on the digital desk each and every morning. Is there anything you want to mention to people of Memphis, the Mid-South, Bartlett?
Yeah, I just want you all to know that I'm taking you with me. You're a part of my journey, and I'm so grateful for the village that has been a part of my dance journey since I was 4 all the way to now. I feel so honored to be taking a piece of Memphis and bringing it here to New York City. And if you make your way to New York City, I would love to see you. We're here at Radio City Music Hall. You can get your tickets at rockettes.com, or if you're here at the Radio City box office.
Well, Carmen Moore, we are sure proud of you and your accomplishments, and we are so excited to see you on stage and all the bright lights and glitter that come with the Rockettes. Congratulations. Thank you so much for talking to us on the digital desk, and you're making us all proud. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much. It was a pleasure.
Hey, thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Another gorgeous day setting up for us across the area with temperatures starting off in the 50s on our way to the upper 60s, low 70s with a fair amount of sunshine building through the skies. Could not ask for a better scenario playing out for us here in the middle portions of November. But there are some changes not far off in the forecast. Let's go ahead and look at that first alert futurecast, where we've got clouds rolling in here as we head into tomorrow. Look at the clouds thickening up and eventually shower chances that could have some impacts for the morning commute tomorrow. So something we'll be watching closely as the frontal boundary works its way through the area. That frontal boundary will shift out of the region. Clouds will start to break up for some more peaks of sun by the end of the day Friday. Highs tomorrow still in the 60s before the front clears us and eventually brings in some cooler weather heading into the beginning of your Saturday. Temperatures down in the 40s to start off early on Saturday morning. How much rainfall could we see? Well, it's not a lot, but we'll take whatever we can get. A couple spots here, about 1/100 of an inch of rainfall, or a couple hundredths of an inch of rainfall, maybe 1/10 in a couple of isolated pockets. And we desperately need this rainfall. Right now, we're running just over 5 inches below average between September 1st and today, where we should have picked up about 9 1/3 inches. We've only picked up about 4.14 inches. So we'll get a little bit of rainfall here. It's not a lot, but it's something, right? Of course, we have some changes that will be coming up here in the next couple of days. Some of those changes are denoted already on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. You can download that in the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store. And you can also look at that extended 10-day forecast that gets you to Thanksgiving. It's right there in the palm of your hand for your local forecast right there. Speaking of the weekend looks to be fantastic. Once we get this front through our area, the weather looks to improve pretty quickly. Memphis and SMU, the last time that these two teams are going to play in conference, and of course, this season, the last home game of the season for the Memphis Tigers. Temperatures will look in the 50s. Kick off at 56 degrees under a sunny sky. We'll keep the sunshine going for the end of the game. Near 60 with a northerly breeze coming in around 10 miles per hour. I want to give you a first alert, though. Again, going back to our Thanksgiving potential for rain and storms for the early portion of Thanksgiving week. Travel disruptions will be possible, friends, as we head through, especially late Sunday leading into Monday, but on a broader scale that could have implications all the way through the early portions of next week. And not to mention, today, the risk for a few strong and severe thunderstorms edged up ever so slightly. It's not there completely, but definitely a change in the forecast that we'll be watching here in the next couple of days. I think Sunday itself, dry, but after sunset, that's when we'll start to see the warm front beginning to lift northward. Once the warm front moves across the area, the question mark is, How deep do we get into the moisture? How deep do we get into the instability? How deep do we get into the wind shear? All those different things coming together, and that could have implications on if we just see rain and some rumbles of thunder, or even a risk for a few strong and severe storms. Right now, severe weather risk a little bit higher to the south of the Action News 5 coverage area during the latter portion of Monday into early Tuesday before everything begins to clear out. And the positive note here is that most of the rain's out of here by Tuesday afternoon, and the weather looking great for Wednesday. Thursday also looking fantastic, chilly, but fantastic. So that's good news there, and hopefully we'll keep it that way here in the next couple of days. But we have to get past that big speed bump, and this big speed bump does feature that chance for some rain and storms. Today, a mixture of clouds and sunshine, high temperatures upper 60s, low 70s. Again, passing shower chances for Friday as the front sweeps on through here. Still managing highs in the 60s for Friday. Down into the upper 30s and low 40s early Saturday, near 60 for a high with sunshine. We'll start the day Sunday with sunshine, but I think clouds will thicken up by the end of the day, leading up to those chances for rain. I think we're just talking rain Sunday night into Monday, but the question mark is Monday itself, and whether or not we're going to see that instability, see that wind shear, all of the things come together for a risk for a few stronger storms. I think there will be some rumbles of thunder, but the question mark is, do we add in the risk for some severe weather? I'm giving you a first alert to some travel disruptions. That's most definitely going to be an issue if you have plans leaving out here early next week. But the question mark is, on a local sense, are we going to be talking about severe weather to go along with it as well? That may continue Monday night into early Tuesday, shifting that out of here. The weather improves going into Wednesday and Thursday. Again, on that extended 10-day forecast you can find on the app. Looks to be quiet, chilly, but quiet for Thanksgiving.
All right, 58 degrees is the time at 8:36. We'll be talking more about your forecast coming up in just a little bit. Right now, it's all about holiday decoration safety. All right, the holiday season is here for many people. Some people, it's right around the corner, and many of us are planning how we're going to get festive and decorate our homes with Christmas trees, and how all of us can really kind of decorate our home safely. All right, safely. That is the key. I'm joined right now by Brandon Stevens. He's president of Christmas Decor, which has a Memphis location. Brandon is joining us on the digital desk. Brandon, tell me first off, Christmas Decor. So this is a whole store dedicated to holiday decorations out there. And tell me where it is.
Yeah, so it's actually a home service, and we have 300 locations across North America, and we'll service around 60,000 properties this year. And yes, we do have a location there in Memphis as well.
Okay, so the big tip this holiday season you can give our viewers out there is what?
I think the big thing that's on everybody's mind is safety, and just knowing what you're capable of, knowing what you're practiced at. And, I think a lot of us still think we feel like we're 20 years old, but we're not. And so, staying off the roof or making an evaluation of what you're capable of, as well as looking at the site and just, err on the safe side. So many things happen because people, take too many risks, and you're up off the ground, you're dealing with electricity. And so I think common sense is probably the best advice I can give. You can get really detailed from there, But not climbing up on a roof if you're uncomfortable climbing up on a roof is a good place to start.
What's the biggest mistake people make out there each and every holiday season, Brandon?
I think that when you're standing back in the yard, you have grand ambitions and you want an over-the-top type display. And a lot of people don't understand what that takes, but also the risks that you have to take. A lot of the things that you see on television are, those are very nuanced installations. And so I think that that's probably the biggest issue that we see is someone just trying to do a little bit too much.
I see. Okay. What about children out there? I know that they like to be involved and get all excited into the holiday season. What's a big tip for parents out there with small kids?
Yeah, it's really about knowing your hazards. I think the big thing that comes to mind would be a trip hazard. For example, if you do stake lighting in your front yard, that's a big trip hazard for someone that doesn't stay on the sidewalk and they cut across. You're also dealing with electricity. Sometimes you have snowfall, kind of precipitation, water and electricity don't mix. And so I think the biggest tip for children is just to have them stay away from the decor itself. It's there to be looked at, not to be played with. And just keeping them away from the decorations is a pretty safe policy.
I see that 230 home fires are caused by Christmas trees each and every year. Some basic guidelines you can give right now if we get a real tree.
Yeah, I would say most of those fires do happen with real trees. And just follow the basic instructions about how much water. You put water, live tree, and that helps curtail some of that. But those of us that love Christmas generally try to keep the stuff up too long, and that's a bad idea with a real tree because it dries out over time, and the costs of or the chances of a fire go up exponentially as you move along.
Okay, he is the president of Christmas Decor, Brandon Stevens, joining us on the digital desk to keep all of us safe this holiday season. Brandon, we appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I want to talk about Chalkbeat. If you've never been familiar with the organization, it is a nonprofit that focuses on education. And Chalkbeat Tennessee specifically talks about education in the state of Tennessee. And they have a new story posted. Feds urge schools to protect the rights of Jewish Muslim students following alarming rise in incidents. Let's bring in the author of that story, Chalkbeat reporter Kaylin Belsha. She is joining us now on the digital desk. Kaylin, tell me more about this story and how bad are these incidents, the alarming rise in incidents. Good morning.
Good morning. Yes, so last week, the federal officials in the education department put out a letter just reminding schools, both K-12 schools and colleges, that they are legally required to protect the civil rights of Jewish students, Arab students, Muslim students, students with Israeli ties. And so what we've been seeing right now is a rise in hate-based incidents on college campuses in particular, and also in some schools, K-12 schools. We've seen things like death threats, email threats, folks who've seen, hate scribbled on walls, things like that. And sometimes in K-12 schools, we've seen things like taunting and bullying.
Yeah, it's difficult to hear all those things. I hate to hear it, but unfortunately, it's something that we've seen across social media as well. Do the feds or I don't know, local school leaders, do they have an answer to all this? Is it more security on campus, or is it a more complex response?
I mean, I think it depends on the kind of incident that folks are dealing with. If it's something like hate-based discrimination, the federal officials have encouraged folks to file a civil rights complaint, and they can investigate and see what's going on, potentially step in and issue some kind of remedy. If it's something more like conflict in the classroom or having difficulty having conversations, there's been a lot of guides that have been put out about how teachers can have these conversations in their classrooms. Some advocates I've talked to have suggested, really planning these kinds of conversations and not necessarily having them in a heated moment, but trying to have a facilitated talk where it's planned, students know it's coming, and you can kind of prepare folks for it. And also using this as a moment to teach about media literacy, because I think students are consuming a lot of information right now. Not all of it is accurate. And so they really encourage trying to kind of tone down the heated tenor and try to have calm conversations about this in the classroom.
I see, according to your report, there's about 500 different incidents of what you described all across the country. I know you're based in Chicago. Any data you have for Tennessee, Mississippi, Arkansas with regards to these kind of incidents?
I don't have any state level data on this right now. I do know that in the last month, the federal education department has said that they've seen, over a dozen different complaints, mostly on college campuses, and they're going to be continuing to track that. In the past, there's hundreds of incidents that advocates have tracked all across the country in many different states of anti-Semitism and Islamophobia. So I think there's, a couple different organizations tracking what's going on right now, and most of them agree that they've seen an uptick in the last month and a half.
So, Kaylin, we have thousands of people that watch us each and every morning on the digital desk. Is there something that perhaps viewers can do with regards to these incidents, with ways to obviously protect their own students, but also to make sure that these incidents don't really, flare up on their kids' college campuses, I guess?
Yeah, I think if you're a parent, this is something that you can ask your child about if you're having conversations about this in your classroom, or if it's coming up at college, if there's been protests on the college campus, and just trying to hear out what students are seeing and experiencing, and if they're confused about anything. I think right now it's really hard to kind of enter into the conversation without the historical context. And so if you can, you might be able to help your child research what's going on and maybe better understand what's happening.
Where can we find your story if we'd like to read more in depth on it?
Yeah, my story is on chalkbeat.org.
And just search your name.
Yep, you can just search my name, or yeah, it should still be on our homepage too.
Okay, Kaylin Belsha, we appreciate you and everything that chalkbeat.org does. Thanks very much.
Thanks so much for having me.
Okay, it has been 1 week since the Shelby County Clerk's Office shut down their Poplar Plaza location at Highland and Poplar. An Action News 5 investigation revealed that rent went unpaid for months to the tune of nearly $10,000. So many customers and many people who visit the clerk's office says this is just one of the many problems associated with the clerk's office under Wanda Halpern. In fact, that office is closed now, and so we wanted to know where the overflow is going. So we had crews sample wait times at Raleigh, also in downtown Memphis, and the Millington locations. And our crew saw a short line at the downtown location, which also looked to have the most staff working. We saw longer lines at Millington off of Navy Road, and one customer said they waited about 2.5 hours to get a new license plate. All 6 remaining locations vary in which type of services are available. To put it simply, everything can be done in the downtown location off of Washington Avenue. All right, so Mount Zion Baptist Church in Nashville is helping take care of some of those financial burdens off of students at historically black colleges and universities. The church has more than $500,000 this year, with at least a half in the form of scholarships. So most of the students attend Tennessee State and Fisk. It comes after the Department of Education found TSU has owed more than $500 million after years of being underfunded. Matisse Moore Sr., now the new CEO for the Boys and Girls Club of Greater Memphis. The move comes after the former CEO, Keith Blanchard's retirement last month. The organization says the Denver, Colorado native brings over 20 years of experience, plans to elevate the organization's STEM curriculum and partnerships. All right, paying for Thanksgiving dinner might not be as painful this year as in years past. According to the American Farm Bureau Federation, a Thanksgiving meal of 12 classic items for 10 people will cost about $61 on average. Last year's record high was more than $64, so it's down $3. Cheaper Turkey Day meal is due in part to the falling prices of turkeys. 16-pound turkey costs more than 5% last year. It is down significantly this year. All right, you want to donate to the Mid-South Food Bank? You can by donating to the Action News 5 Holiday Food Drive. Your donations go to the Mid-South Food Bank. It helps families in 31 Mid-South counties across 3 Mid-South states. You can do so at any Mid-South Kroger location or online by using the QR code on your screen. You have until December 5th to give back. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I want to show you something from the latest edition of the Memphis Magazine. This is something that caught my interest. It's a whole story about a Memphis Wine Society. A new group seeks to bunch together local wine lovers for education and enjoyment. And joining me now to talk about this wine society, the author of that article in Memphis Magazine, Sam Chichi, joining us on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Sam, you had the plum assignment to hang out with the folks over at the Wine Society. Tell me more about this group. How are you?
I'm good. Hope you're doing well today. Yeah, sometimes when I'm on here, you remind me of how difficult my job can be sometimes. This was certainly one of the tougher assignments. I just had a little note pop into my inbox one day about, going to the auto museum in the Edge District to try some wine. I'm like, hey, I'll check it out. And to my surprise, it was this whole new group just kind of dedicated to not just drinking and enjoying wine, but beginning programs to educate people on the hows and whys of wine, and what goes into it, what you can have it with, why it's such a big industry, and then almost from just an appreciation standpoint. And they got things rolling in October. So if you go to their website, memphiswinesociety.com, you can keep up to date with all the different programs they're going to be putting on, and there's quite a bit of stuff to look forward to, I think.
Yeah, I was going to say, so this is a brand new organization, and doesn't take a genius to tell you that there's so many wine lovers all across Memphis and the Mid-South. When you talk to them, and I don't want to give the article away, but when you talk to them, was this something that they've been planning all along? Do they have tons of members, or was it informal for many years? I mean, how did it all come about?
No, this is a very new venture. The man behind it, Norbert Maida, he came to town a couple of years ago. He was, one of the catalysts behind Wilson, Arkansas, just up the road, kind of redoing its whole programming with wine tastings, wine dinners, and then just all the cool events and festivals they have going on up there now. So he was involved with that for a couple of years and has a pretty long background in hospitality. So he just really liked the area, and he told me he was looking around. He looked at, big cultural things like barbecue, blues, beer, the 3 Bs that he called it. And he just thought he wanted a place to gather wine lovers because, like you said, that is a pretty robust community here in town. But, they, at least to my knowledge, they might not have, places to gather outside of, restaurants or stores with really good wine selections, and that's just kind of his drive. He wants to get the ball rolling with this thing. It's still pretty new. I think he's still looking to gather a lot of members, and he's partnering with local organizations to kind of make it a collaborative effort. So he's not looking to take business away from anybody. He's looking to just kind of uplift the local wine community and point people in the right direction, educate them on the kind of things they might like, what they want to look for, what kind of snacks or dinners you can have with wine. There really is a huge education component, and we haven't seen a ton of programming from them yet, but I think this is definitely something, if you're a wine lover or even just casually interested, he'll be happy to sit down with you and talk you through options and, point you in the direction of the right vintage.
Yeah, I think a lot of people that enjoy wine, myself included, I have a wine connoisseur in my family, and they can pontificate about every single grape out there ad nauseum. They can talk about it forever. And but I do think that there are a lot of people that just love to just kind of swirl wine, taste it, and talk to others about it, what they like, what they don't like, what's a great food pairing, that sort of thing, and totally see how this could evolve into something much bigger. Did he mention, plans or what they have in store over the next, few months, year?
Yeah, I think a lot of it is still in the works as they kind of gain momentum, but I believe their first launch event was a popcorn pairing partnered with Wolf River Popcorn Company, which had a bunch of different popcorn flavors and wine paired with that to kind of talk about how those flavors intermingle and accentuate each other. I believe they had a harvest dinner planned for early this month. And beyond that, I checked the schedule. I'm not sure if there's anything concrete yet, but as I mentioned earlier, I think it's something where you should just keep an eye on the website. And as they add more of these big dinners or pairings and tastings, and even seminars and classes on just the knowledge of wine, we should expect to see everything of that ilk going forward.
Okay, and this is Sam Chichi's article in the latest edition of Memphis Magazine on newsstands now. Of course, memphismagazine.com as well. Anything else, Sam, before we let you go on the Memphis Wine Society?
Yeah, I think there are going to be a lot of free events involved going forward. So, there's no pressure to sign up for a membership or anything like that if you don't want to right out of the gate. But, I like wine, but I'm not a wine expert or a connoisseur by any means. But the event I attended, it was still a very, comfortable, welcoming environment where I was able to, drink some free wine and try some vintages that just aren't available in the Mid-South. That's another big component. They'll be bringing in stuff from all over the world to get people to try and broaden their horizons. So if you even have a casual interest in wine, I think it's well worth your time to look into this.
He's got one of the best jobs in Memphis and the Mid-South, drinking wine for free on the job. Nice job, Sam Chichi. We appreciate your time as always on the Digital Desk. Thanks.
Thanks, Andrew.
A man's facing numerous charges after reportedly biting part of a Memphis police officer's ear off. Marcus Johnson charged with attempted second-degree murder and several other charges. I want to show you a picture of him. This is a picture of Marcus Johnson. He's charged with attempted second-degree murder, several other drug charges. Investigators say he fought an officer, even put the officer in a chokehold, took his handgun and taser at one point. The drug charges stemmed from products like fentanyl and Xanax found inside of his car. There have been 3 men indicted in connection to a shooting at Privé restaurant back in March. Kendrick Gray, Damon Stykes, I should say, Johnny Sanford are listed as prime suspects in the shooting that killed 2 people and left others hurt. We'll update you when we get new information on that. Also, want to let you know about Cleotha Abson Henderson. He will get a change of venue request. He's accused of kidnapping and killing Memphis mother of 2 and beloved teacher Eliza Fletcher in September of 2022. The teacher and mother was on her morning run on Central Avenue when investigators say Henderson attacked her. Attorneys for Henderson made the request saying he won't get a fair trial in Shelby County. They hope to move it to Davidson County in the Nashville area. Prosecutors say they plan on seeking the death penalty in this case. A Memphis doctor is proposing a new and major development for Beale Street. According to the Memphis Business Journal, the proposed project could cost up to $70 million. It would be built at 500 Beale, which currently is a vacant lot. Plan would fit residential, office, commercial spaces into an 8-story building with a basement-level parking. The project doesn't have a timeline just yet. Plan still needs to be reviewed by the Memphis Shelby County Division of Planning and Development. And we want to talk about 100 North Main. That is the tallest building in Memphis. It's downtown, of course. Demolition work getting ready to start by the end of the month. We've followed the progress, the proposals, the plans for the past several years, and it's been empty for years, as we all know. Now developers are ready for demolition inside. Important to note, the project has not reached a full development agreement, according to our partners with the Memphis Journal. Now, this work that's about to happen will get the building ready for redevelopment. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Only half of U.S. households donate to charity. A new study out there, and some people really hesitant this holiday season. Donors love to give after a major disaster, but this year it's left many people strapped for cash. In fact, according to this new study, 1 out of 3 say they'd have to limit holiday giving. So let's talk more about this issue with Thomas Tighe. He's CEO of Direct Relief. Thomas, good to have you back here on the digital desk. What changes are we seeing this year? Can you explain more about this study that I just mentioned? Good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for having me. Well, yeah, I think the study, as you said, showed people are feeling pinched. I think fewer people are feeling they were going to be in a position to make what the typical year-end charitable contribution that they may have made in the past. And I think there's some demographic issues too. Just what this survey showed, how people are informing themselves and what's driving decisions differs generationally. I think with the younger people, younger for me being under 40, I think much more likely to take their cues from social media and peers rather than the traditional sources or just straight advertising. So what it means is unclear, except that it's kind of people are feeling tighter. There's been a series of major events that have driven contributions over the course of the year. And as we approach year's end, it's unclear how folks are going to be, whether they'll be in a position to do what they have done in the past, given the current circumstances. So it's sobering, but it's always sobering, and you don't expect it. You're just hopeful, and it's a deeply ingrained part of the American tradition. So I think Direct Relief and many other nonprofits are hopeful that they can connect with people and that they're in a position to help.
What type of nonprofits are charitable givers most likely to donate to this holiday season, Tom?
It's unclear. I think, what we've seen over the course of the year is that these series of major events in the world, the fire in Maui in the summer, the earthquakes in Turkey and Syria earlier in the year, the war in Ukraine, I think and now of course the unfolding situation in the Middle East with the war in Gaza, I think those rivet attention. And I think the more attention it tends to historically to be, that tends to be a driver of contributions. So the local ongoing efforts, whether it's animal shelters or food banks or diaper banks or just the arts programs or after school programs, that's the concern. Will people be in a position to help these? Because those needs have not gone away, even though they don't receive the typical profile that many of these high profile events do. So that's what it found. Not too surprising really. And the effects of inflation hit different people differently. So I think we approach year's end. I think every organization that relies on charitable support is hopeful, but the other finding was that there's a decreased level of trust generally in society for institutions and government. So I think there's work to do for nonprofits to make sure that they are being transparent and clear and not just making an emotional case for the cause, but also a practical head-focused case that this is what we're going to do with your money and why it's important. I think that's increasingly important given the increasing skepticism and erosion of trust, I think, in some of the institutions that the survey picked up as well.
No question about it, Tom. We have thousands of people that watch us here each and every morning, and we know that the Mid-South, where we are, West Tennessee, Eastern Arkansas, North Mississippi, one of the most generous areas in the country. If people are looking to donate this holiday season, what advice do you have for them?
I think the first comment is that no one can tell you what you should care about, right? That's a very personal decision. But once you find the cause that speaks to your heart, it's important to engage your head too, to make sure that if you care about arts programs or animal welfare, there are sources like charitynavigator.org or Charity Watch that are watchdog organizations about nonprofits that will help you identify which organizations who are working on that cause are doing a good job with your money. And I think it's important for people to do that. The nice thing about charitable contributions is that it speaks to people's soul and it defines what they care about. It's emotional, but because it's emotional, emotions can be exploited too. So it's worth engaging both your heart that defines what you care about, but also your head to make sure that you're not being played or manipulated emotionally. And that's what the Charity Watch and the Charity Navigator are, a check on that, so you can just see what the grade is or the score on matters such as financial transparency, accountability, and efficiency. And I think that's important for just general advice for any consumer.
Before we let you go, Tom, do you know of any place online where perhaps some of our audience can go and get some more information on exactly where to give this holiday season and just overall general advice to be safe out there?
I think the ones I mentioned, Charity Navigator, which is probably the largest .org. It's just a website that's independent. It just calls it as they see it. It's a rating agency for charitable organizations, and many groups like Direct Relief have their own website. Directrelief.org is ours, but I think it's important the sequence is find the cause you care about and then find which organizations within that cause will do the best and make you feel even better about the wonderful gift if you're in a position to make that. And finally, even for the people who are not in a position to make a charitable contribution, the survey found that younger people look to each other and peers for a validation. So even if you're not in a position to give money, you can still lend your voice to an organization that you care about and know well. That's really important for a nonprofit, just to have visible cheerleaders out there for their cause. So it's not only about the money, it's about the support and recognition that addresses that issue of trust I mentioned, which is in thinner supplies these days overall in society.
Thomas Tighe, CEO of Direct Relief, we appreciate you coming on the digital desk once again. Thanks so much for the valuable tips this holiday season.
Thank you for having me. My pleasure.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. We all love stories of inspiration, and Shannon Miller, you may remember, she is a 7-time Olympic medalist. She was the picture of health and strength when she dominated on the world stage. But in 2011, she was diagnosed with a rare form of ovarian cancer. She had baseball-sized tumor that was successfully removed and followed up with aggressive chemotherapy. Today, she is cancer-free. She continues to be public about her diagnosis and treatment. And we love hearing about how people overcome the odds and overcome the obstacles and challenges in her life. And I'm joined right now by 7-time Olympic champion and medalist Shannon Miller. She's on the digital desk with us. Shannon, good morning to you. Appreciate you being here. First off, I want to hear how you feeling this morning.
Good morning. I feel great. Thank you. It's a wonderful day, and I'm so excited to be talking about this topic. And I'm right there with you. I love to hear and see an inspirational story because it gives us hope.
It certainly does, and I'm glad that you're here to talk about that. With everything that's going on in the world, it's nice to hear this positive story coming from you, Shannon. So, tell me about your career as a gymnast and how that prepared you for this crazy health battle that you were in part of.
I think gymnastics, I think sport in general, it teaches you all of these great life lessons, goal setting, teamwork, positive mindset, resiliency, lots and lots of resiliency. And it really was those lessons that I had to tap into and utilize during my cancer battle. And I would say especially during the chemotherapy regimen. That was by far the hardest thing I'd ever had to do.
Yeah, and give me your thoughts because, there's so many people that are fighting cancer right now. We have thousands of people that watch us here on the digital desk, Shannon, and everyone talks about that moment that they were diagnosed and what that moment was and what goes through someone's mind. Can you tell us about that moment, what was going through your mind and that journey, long journey back to health?
I think the moment for me was almost a little bit backward because the tumor, the cyst that was baseball sized, was found weeks before my actual surgery. And so I had 4 to 5 weeks of what we call wait and observe, where I didn't know what was going on. I had no idea if this was cancer, if this was benign. And then after surgery, waking up to find out that it was cancer. But I also got the good news they caught it early. So while I would still need to go through this aggressive chemotherapy, there was kind of this mix of good news and bad news. And I think for me, that's when I reverted back to that competitive mentality I knew so well through sport, and combining kind of this overall team. Yes, the medical team, the oncology treatment, but also with that supportive care that is so essential.
Well, you look like the picture of health right now. I don't see how anyone could say that you just had this horrible fight with cancer. Can you talk a little bit about the supportive care and why that is so critical for so many cancer patients?
It really is. So supportive care, it's so wonderful because it works hand in hand with your oncology treatments. And when I think of supportive care, yes, I think of friends and family that stepped in to help out. I think of those days that I made myself get up, get outside, walk around the block and get some fresh air to help with the nausea, some yoga or some type of gentle physical activity, because those GI symptoms that 8 out of 10 cancer patients are suffering with, those are very real. And they're things that we have to get on top of, because when we do that, when we get on top of the nausea and the fatigue and the diarrhea and the dehydration, all those things we don't really want to talk about, when we get under control with those types of things, then we have a better quality of life. We can stay on course with our cancer treatments, and it can help you feel better so you can fight harder. And the great thing is there's more available now than ever. So I'm excited to talk about things like yoga and exercise, but also the Interade Oncology drink, which is it's a non-prescription drink that's plant-based, and it helps relieve some of those GI symptoms. And for everyone out there that's either going through cancer treatments or you know someone that is, please check into it, because anything that you can reach out to help, talk to your medical team about, make sure that people understand what you're going through. That's so important to get the help you need.
No question about it, Shannon. Wholeheartedly agree with you 100%. I got to ask, are you still involved in gymnastics? I mean, what are you up to right now?
I'm not tumbling, but I'll leave that to the younger athletes. But I have stayed involved over the years since I retired after the 1996 Olympics. I've actually done commentary and analysis for, I think, almost every Olympic summer game since then. And I'm very much looking forward to next year's Olympics in Paris and watching these amazing athletes and cheering them on.
Yeah, absolutely. It's great. It's great to hear and to hear your voice on some of those broadcasts. Where can people go to learn more information about some of the things you talked about, Shannon?
Well, certainly go to interade.com. That's a great resource. And if you are going through a treatment for cancer, if you know someone, learn more. Reach out to survivorship groups in your area. Those are a wonderful resource for good information. And never feel afraid to speak up and talk to your medical team about what you're going through, because they are there to help.
Olympic champion and cancer survivor Shannon Miller joining us on the digital desk. Thank you so much. I really enjoyed our conversation. God bless you and your family, and appreciate you taking a stop on your journey to talk with us. Take care.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, another live look from our High Five camera in Midtown Memphis. We're going to talk about the 7-day forecast in 60 seconds.
Hey, thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Another gorgeous day setting up for us across the area with temperatures starting off in the 50s on our way to the upper 60s, low 70s with a fair amount of sunshine building through the skies. Could not ask for a better scenario playing out for us here in the middle portions of November. But there are some changes not far off in the forecast. Let's go ahead and look at that first alert futurecast where we've got clouds rolling in here as we head into tomorrow. Look at the clouds thickening up and eventually shower chances that could have some impacts for the morning commute tomorrow. So something we'll be watching closely as the frontal boundary works its way through the area. That frontal boundary will shift out of the region. Clouds will start to break up for some more peaks of sun by the end of the day Friday. Highs tomorrow still in the 60s before the front clears us and eventually brings in some cooler weather heading into the beginning of your Saturday. Temperatures down in the 40s to start off early on Saturday morning. How much rainfall could we see? Well, it's not a lot, but we'll take whatever we can get. A couple spots here, about 1/100 of an inch of rainfall, or a couple hundredths of an inch of rainfall, maybe 1/10 in a couple of isolated pockets. And we desperately need this rainfall. Right now, we're running just over 5 inches below average between September 1st and today, where we should have picked up about 9 1/3 inches. We've only picked up about 4.14 inches. So we'll get a little bit of rainfall here. It's not a lot, but it's something, right? Of course, we have some changes that will be coming up here in the next couple of days. Some of those changes are denoted already on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. You can download that in the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store. And you can also look at that extended 10-day forecast that gets you to Thanksgiving. It's right there in the palm of your hand for your local forecast right there. Speaking of the weekend looks to be fantastic. Once we get this front through our area, the weather looks to improve pretty quickly. Memphis and SMU, the last time that these two teams are going to play in conference, and of course, this season, the last home game of the season for the Memphis Tigers. Temperatures will look in the 50s. Kick off at 56 degrees under a sunny sky. We'll keep the sunshine going for the end of the game. Near 60 with a northerly breeze coming in around 10 miles per hour. I want to give you a first alert, though. Again, going back to our Thanksgiving potential for rain and storms for the early portion of Thanksgiving week. Travel disruptions will be possible, friends, as we head through, especially late Sunday leading into Monday, but on a broader scale that could have implications all the way through the early portions of next week. And not to mention, today, the risk for a few strong and severe thunderstorms edged up ever so slightly. It's not there completely, but definitely a change in the forecast that we'll be watching here in the next couple of days. I think Sunday itself, dry, but after sunset, that's when we'll start to see the warm front beginning to lift northward. Once the warm front moves across the area, the question mark is, how deep do we get into the moisture? How deep do we get into the instability? How deep do we get into the wind shear? All those different things coming together, and that could have implications on if we just see rain and some rumbles of thunder, or even a risk for a few strong and severe storms. Right now, severe weather risk a little bit higher to the south of the Action News 5 coverage area during the latter portion of Monday into early Tuesday before everything begins to clear out. And the positive note here is that most of the rain's out of here by Tuesday afternoon, and the weather looking great for Wednesday. Thursday also looking fantastic, chilly, but fantastic. So that's good news there, and hopefully we'll keep it that way here in the next couple of days. But we have to get past that big speed bump, and this big speed bump does feature that chance for some rain and storms. Today, a mixture of clouds and sunshine, high temperatures upper 60s, low 70s. Again, passing shower chances for Friday as the front sweeps on through here. Still managing highs in the 60s for Friday. Down into the upper 30s and low 40s early Saturday, near 60 for a high with sunshine. We'll start the day Sunday with sunshine, but I think clouds will thicken up by the end of the day, leading up to those chances for rain. I think we're just talking rain Sunday night into Monday, but the question mark is Monday itself, and whether or not we're going to see that instability, see that wind shear, all of the things come together for a risk for a few stronger storms. I think there will be some rumbles of thunder, but the question mark is, do we add in the risk for some severe weather? I'm giving you a first alert to some travel disruptions. That's most definitely going to be an issue if you have plans leaving out here early next week. But the question mark is, on a local sense, are we going to be talking about severe weather to go along with it as well? That may continue Monday night into early Tuesday, shifting that out of here. The weather improves going into Wednesday and Thursday. Again, on that extended 10-day forecast you can find on the app. Looks to be quiet, chilly, but quiet for Thanksgiving.
We Are Christmas, a Christmas musical with the Boulevard Sanctuary Choir featuring Anthony Hamilton. Yes, Anthony Hamilton coming to Memphis December 8th at 7 o'clock to Mississippi Boulevard Christian Church. Let's talk more about this event with the brand new musical director, Gerald Lee Ricks, joining us on the Action News 5 digital desk, the new music director at Mississippi Boulevard Christian Church. Gerald, good morning to you. Tell us a little bit about your background.
Good morning, and thank you so much for having me on the digital desk this morning. I am Gerald Lee Ricks, and on behalf of Reverend Dr. J. Lawrence Turner and our First Lady, Bridget Turner, thank you again for having us. I am new to the area, coming from the DMV, the Maryland area. I have a very strong musical background in church music, dealing primarily in the United Methodist Church. And I'm so excited to be here in the city of Memphis to work with the Mississippi Boulevard Christian Church. And I am ready to share the details of our 2023 Christmas production, We Are Christmas, here at Mississippi Boulevard.
I love it. I love it, Gerald. Well, welcome to Memphis, and we're excited to have you, and we're excited to be talking about this because when people think of the holiday season, you know, people just immediately have an uplifting presence when they think about the holidays, the decorations, and some of the things happening, and one of those things being a wonderful event, a musical like this coming to town. So tell me all about it.
Absolutely. As you've already stated, we are bringing in Grammy award-winning artist, Mr. Anthony Hamilton himself, and he's no stranger to the gospel music community, even though he has a very strong background in R&B. We are so excited to bring him in to collaborate not only with our Boulevard Sanctuary Choir, who is known in the Metro Memphis area for its diverse approach to church music. We're also excited to have a 47-piece orchestra to accompany us with this, along with the Boulevard Band, who's also under new leadership of Mr. Terrence Brown. We are very excited about all of those collaborations. And we also want to highlight a couple of other artists who are with us on for our production list. The first is Mr. Timothy Miller, who is outside of Atlanta. You will catch him singing God Bless America and the national anthem at most of the Atlanta Braves home games. So he's a prolific opera tenor with a big and rich voice, who's also coming in. We have Shantae Cann, who has a luxurious voice and tone, known for her neo-soul approach to doing music. And we also wanted to highlight some of our Metro Memphis talent as well. Jonte Mignon, who's a New Orleans native, but has really taken the city by storm with her voice, and our own David Edwards, who is our worship leader here at Mississippi Boulevard. And as my grandmother would say, he can just flat foot sing. And we want to highlight that as a part of this year's Christmas production. And if you're looking to get tickets, we do want you to go and visit Boulevard Christmas. That's BLVD. Christmas.org to make those purchases. Tickets start at just $40 and are going pretty quickly. We want to pack the house out and really make Anthony Hamilton and our guests feel the warmth of the Memphis community.
Absolutely, and I want to show everybody the flyer once again. Christmas at the Boulevard, a symphony of musical brilliance that's happening December 8th at 7 o'clock in the evening, featuring all kinds of guests, as you mentioned, Gerald, including Anthony Hamilton coming to Memphis at Mississippi Boulevard Christian Church. Tell me what you hope people leave this event, this concert, this musical. How do you want them to feel as they leave? Not only inspired by the Christmas and the holiday season, but what else?
I want persons to leave this concert knowing that we each have a responsibility to carry out Christmas. So this theme of We Are Christmas is taken from a song that talks about how we are the hands and feet of God in the work that happens in this community. And it's no secret that Mississippi Boulevard Christian Church has been just that. We've been a beacon of light. We have fed the poor. We have helped the needy. We have shared the gospel, not only in this area, but abroad. And we want people to leave inspired, uplifted, taking ownership of how they play a part in the Christmas story. That is what it means to be We Are Christmas as a part of this concert. And we want persons to know that as a community, we can affect change. And we have a responsibility to be Christmas all year long, not just during this holiday season.
Very well said, Gerald. Is this Christmas, We Are Christmas, unity, joy of giving, and this is all coming December 8th, 7 o'clock in the evening. Anything else you want to mention before we let you go? I know this is something that everyone's really looking forward to.
Absolutely. We want to encourage the Memphis community to come out and to be a part. We do invite you to go and grab your tickets again at boulevardchristmas.org, or you can call our box office here at the church, or visit theboulevard.org to purchase those tickets. We don't want you to wait till the last minute. We want you to be a part of this experience like none other than before.
Okay, new musical director at Boulevard Christian Church, Gerald Lee Riggs, talking to us on the digital desk about the big event that's coming December 8th, 7 o'clock. We Are Christmas, featuring Anthony Hamilton, a Christmas musical with the Boulevard Sanctuary Choir. Thank you so much, Gerald, for joining us, and good luck not only on December 8th, but beyond. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much for having me. Have a great day.
Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. 9:33 is the time. 63 degrees from our Midtown High 5 camera. You see that plane there off in the distance coming to a landing on a beautiful Thursday morning. Hope you get a chance to enjoy the nice weather. We are enjoying the nice weather, certainly, but you know the time change. We talk about this every time there's daylight saving time, there's a change of the clocks, whether you spring ahead or you fall back, because a lot of times the changing of the clocks really mess with people. And there are so many people that have this seasonal affective disorder. I know there's some people in my household that have it as well, and it just really affects their mood. We're talking about shorter hours of daylight, and that can really do a number on people. And so let's bring in someone to really kind of talk about this issue, seasonal affective disorder. So maybe we can figure out, one, if we have it, and two, what to do about it. Dr. Laura Schultz with Methodist Le Bonheur Healthcare joins us now on the Action News 5 Digital Desk to talk more about this issue. Dr. Schultz, nice to have you back with us. So let's tell all of our viewers out there, we have thousands of them, what exactly is seasonal affective disorder? Good morning.
Good morning. Thanks so much for having me. So I think one thing to keep in mind is that seasonal affective disorder actually is not a separate disorder in and of itself, but it's a form of major depressive disorder or bipolar disorder that presents with a distinct seasonal pattern, which just means it really comes and goes around the same time every year. So the most prevalent type of seasonal affective disorder, the one we always think about, is that winter depression. I think that's what you were alluding to earlier, which for most folks hits somewhere in November to December, seems to get its worst around January or February. And then if you did no treatment at all, would still get better sometime around May. For folks who experience this winter depression, a lot of times their first symptoms are physical. So they might want to just linger in the bed longer than usual, or they want to sleep in quite a bit. But no matter how much they sleep, they seem to be tired and fatigued during the day. Maybe they're craving more carbohydrates, digging into that cookie jar more than usual, starting to gain a little bit of weight. And then usually for folks who are experiencing this winter depression, about 2 weeks after those physical symptoms start, 2 or 3 weeks later, they start having the more depressed symptoms of mood. And then it starts to look much more like a traditional depressive episode. So people feel sad more often than usual. They might start just not being as, they might not enjoy the activities that they used to enjoy quite as much. They might start lacking energy, having difficulty with their sleep or their appetite, feeling more worthless, guilty, having problems concentrating. And for some, where it gets really severe, they can even start to experience thoughts of death and suicide once it has hit that major depressive episode stage.
Yeah, I mean, it can be pretty severe. I know that. But Dr. Schultz, let me ask you, how can you tell the difference between seasonal affective disorder and just having a few bad days? Because I know that there are people that might not know the difference.
Yeah, for someone to have that seasonal affective disorder, by definition, these bad times have to come in a pretty rhythmic fashion, arriving in the fall, typically leaving by the spring. And they really have to be present for at least 2 weeks, more often than not during the day, for more days than not, nearly every day during that 2-week period. That's where it crosses into the like disorder sort of phase. I think many of us have bad days, and adjusting to the time change is hard. I think for the majority of people, we get kind of bummed and sad when we come out of work and it's dark already and we don't get to do the things that we enjoy right after work or after school. And so those ups and downs can be pretty natural. And then of course, this does correspond with the holidays, which can be a more stressful time for people as well. So if it's only lasting for a few days at a time, or it's present for moments throughout the day, but not the majority of the day, I think I'd be a little bit less worried that it's at the disorder stage. But it's still a time where we can practice those good coping techniques that we have, perhaps getting some more exercise or spending time with the people that make us feel the most loved, leaning into the spirituality or faith traditions that are most important to us, or maybe planning time for extra activities that bring us joy and satisfaction. So if you know you're going to go through that, I almost think of it as like a winter funk, different than a seasonal affective disorder, maybe putting those good coping techniques into place and realizing that for some of this is somewhat normal, can be helpful.
Yeah, the coping techniques for sure. I know that people are going to want to know the best counteract method to seasonal affective disorder. If you had to, maybe kind of do a bullet point list, maybe 1, 2, 3, what would that be?
Yeah, I think number one would be make an active effort to get outside. When it gets colder, we have a tendency to want to go inside and withdraw a little bit more, but being outside in the fresh air, getting some sunshine can be really helpful. Seasonal affective disorder has been linked to less daylight, and it's exacerbated by our time inside. So I would say bundle up and get outside, at least for a few minutes every day. Number two, I would say really work hard to try to create and keep a daily schedule for yourself. What that means is trying to get up around the same time every day within an hour or so, trying to go to bed around the same time every day. And that would be regardless of our work schedule or our school schedule, weekends or holidays. Just keeping that rhythm, avoiding naps, is going to allow us to keep that internal clock set the right way, which can release all those good neurotransmitters that help us with our mood and our sleep over time. Another thing that I would say, number three, would be move your body. Exercise is linked to improved mood, energy, and of course, all the physical health benefits. And so it can really be a powerful tool in our tool belt to counteract any sort of extra stress or depression that we might be experiencing. And I realize that for some folks, if you don't have an exercise routine going, that can feel somewhat overwhelming to get started. So I would say start with little bits, 10 minutes, maybe a walk around the block before you go to work, or a walk after you get back, little breaks to just get up and move during the day. Start with something small and then just build on that as you're successful. And Methodist has launched a Healthier 901 initiative that can be really helpful if you're needing some ideas or extra support to get started on that more physically active journey. You can find out more about that at healthier901.com. Another thing I would say, probably my last big point would be make sure you get some sunlight. Preferably during the morning. Daily time outside, especially in the morning, can be super helpful. There's also some studies that show that things like dawn light stimulators used in your bedroom as you're waking up that kind of mimic the sun coming up at a more regular time can be helpful for just making sure you're waking up on time and in a healthier fashion. But not all light is good. We want light, but we only want the good kind of light. So the blue light that we get from our phones and our televisions, our tablets, our computers, that can really be disruptive for sleep. So about an hour before bedtime, I would make sure that you're really minimizing any of that blue light exposure that you have as well, just so you can really get that good quality sleep that helps counteract some of the impact of seasonal depressive symptoms.
Those are fantastic, Dr. Schultz. Wow, you really gave us a lot there and ways to counteract seasonal affective disorder. Before we let you go, when is it time to say, okay, I need to see a doctor about all this?
Yeah, absolutely. I think unfortunately a lot of people have lived with seasonal affective disorder for years, and they've just brushed it off or minimized it as this is just my experience in the fall and the winter. So if you are one of those people who have these repeated episodes of almost every fall and winter, or many of them being really hard and bad in terms of your mood, there is no reason to suffer alone. We have good, effective treatments for seasonal affective disorder. Medication can be used with great efficacy. There's also really specialized light treatments out there that your doctor can talk with you more about. And sometimes we use those in combination with medication or by themselves, depending on your symptoms. And then psychotherapy can also be a helpful tool, especially to try to address some of the negative thoughts that come along with experiencing seasonal affective depression. So going to your doctor if you have those repeat struggles is really important. Another thing that I would say is, I guess, the one bright spot about seasonal affective disorder is it's somewhat predictable. So you know this time of year is probably the time of year that you might be experiencing some of these struggles. And especially if you start to have some of those physical symptoms, the lethargy, the wanting to stay in bed, the craving the carbohydrates more than usual, that's like your body's warning sign that, hey, that emotional downturn might be coming. So if you start experiencing those things, it would certainly be time to make an appointment with your doctor to figure out what you can do, what effective treatments you can use so that this doesn't have to be a hard time of year for you again. And then finally, I would say if at any point you're experiencing the more severe symptoms that sometimes go along with seasonal affective disorder, where they're impacting your ability to function, to love your family, to engage at work in the way that you want, you can't get out of bed, or those suicidal thoughts start coming up, we certainly want you to see your doctor immediately in those cases as well.
Okay, Dr. Laura Schultz with Methodist Le Bonheur Healthcare talking about seasonal affective disorders and ways to beat it. We appreciate your time. Great, valuable information. Thanks so very much.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to take a short break. Back in 60 seconds on the Digital Desk. Good morning. Welcome back. I want to tell you about the Memphis Police Department hosting another, well, let's see. This is, well, I'll just tell it to you. The Memphis Police Department is hosting a steering wheel giveaway lock here. This is not it, but it's, or is it? It says community meeting in Collierville. That's not the case. It's a Memphis Police Department, a steering wheel lock giveaway. The giveaway will be from noon until 2 in the afternoon. This will be at the Greenbelt Park at Harbortown. That's on Mud Island. You have to show proof where you live in the city of Memphis. Again, wheel lock giveaway. This is happening November 17th, so that's tomorrow, from 12 to 2 on Mud Island. That'll be at Greenbelt Park there. You have to show proof of Memphis residency. And those top vehicles, MPD says, that are targets for theft will receive priority. Those vehicles include Nissan Maximas, the Hyundai Elantra, Hyundai Sonata, Kia Soul, and Kia Optima. So heads up with that. Now, if you are planning to fly the friendly skies this holiday season, Thanksgiving, get ready, okay, because it is going to be a huge amount of people. Memphis International expecting 90,000 people to pass through TSA between November 17th through the 27th. Busiest days being the 17th and the 26th. Airports recommending passengers arrive at least 2 hours before their flight. They say that it is especially important for travelers with early morning flights between 4 and 7 o'clock. Also want to let you know about this thing here, okay? A unique dessert, let's just call it. So Baskin-Robbins has created a special ice cream flavor. It's called Turkey Day Fixings. It's said to taste just like its name. The flavor is a combination of some of the sides you look forward to on Thanksgiving: sweet potato, autumn spices, swirls of cranberry sauce, pieces of honey cornbread, all in one scoop. I would definitely try it. Don't know if I would actually have it, but I would try it. I want to talk about someone that is probably very familiar to you, Tom Felicia. He was a star on the show Queer Eye. He also is an interior designer, and about 10 years ago, he donated his bone marrow to his brother, who was diagnosed with myelofibrosis. It's a complex blood cancer that affects nearly 25,000 people in the U.S. I'm joined right now by Tom, and he's here with Dr. Kuykendall to discuss a new initiative. It's called Mapping Myelofibrosis, which helps to raise awareness of this blood cancer and provide educational tools and resources to navigate all aspects of this disease. Gentlemen, good morning to you. Tom, let's start with you. What was your role in helping your brother navigate myelofibrosis? Good morning.
Good morning. Well, as you said, 10 years ago, my brother was diagnosed with myelofibrosis, and we had no idea what myelofibrosis was. And he was trying to navigate his, chart his path, that he was going to go down with his doctors. I was then quickly, identified as his bone marrow donor, which I was not only a match, but an exact match, which was, perfect match. And which was a really wonderful thing. But, I really didn't understand what myelofibrosis was, and there was really no way to get information other than, once I was sort of brought into his inner circle with his doctors, I could start to get a little bit more information, but it was just something that people didn't understand what it was. When I was explaining to people what we were going through, they really didn't know what it was. We were all in the dark. And it was a very scary moment to not know what was happening, certainly in the very beginning. And what we were up against as a family, and we wanted to be supportive and helpful. So this is why I've teamed up with GSK and the Mapping Myelofibrosis Initiative, and in creating the mappingmf.com website, where people can go and get all of the things that I wish we had at that time, which are the educational tools, resources, stories from doctors and patients, a real community and a real connection, so that you can really understand where you are and how to get to where you need to be, and understand also that you're not alone and that this is, that you feel somewhat isolated because it is a rare disease and it's hard to find information about it, and really to find a community of people that have experienced it. So I think this is a very important initiative, and that's why I teamed up with GSK.
I appreciate you opening up, Tom. Over to you, Dr. Kirkendall. Can you explain exactly what is myelofibrosis and what's unique about this specific disease?
Yeah, absolutely. So myelofibrosis is actually a chronic blood cancer. And so it really is what we call kind of an overproduction issue, where the bone marrow is trying to make too many blood cells. And when it does that, it can actually lead to the buildup of inflammation, which leads to scar tissue or fibrosis that forms in the marrow. And that really creates a constellation of potential symptoms and signs that can go along with this disease, where you have this scarred bone marrow that's not very good at producing blood cells. So some blood cells are produced too much, some are produced not enough. It can also lead to a variety of inflammatory symptoms like fevers, chills, night sweats, bone pain, weight loss. Some patients also start to make blood cells in other locations like the spleen, and so the spleen can get enlarged, lead to abdominal pain, getting full early and eating smaller meals. And so really a huge variety of symptoms that can occur with just one disease. And I think that's what makes it challenging. A rare disease that presents in a variety of ways. No two patients are the same, and I think that can lead to situations, as Tom described with his brother, where you show up with this, but you don't have good information, and maybe the information you do have isn't necessarily relevant to you. And mappingmf.com gives you a place you can go to get and acquire those resources to empower you, to put you in charge of your healthcare, so you can ask the right questions, get the right information, make the right decision for you and your family. It's a resource not just for patients, but for the support group around those patients. So if you know someone affected by this disease, it's something that they can, someplace you can go to educate yourself so you can be a better helper or supporter of that patient. And also something physicians can go to if they want to get more information as well, because these are rare diseases, right? And so many physicians aren't seeing a ton of these patients. And so I think it can be helpful in a number of different ways.
Yeah, it's rare, but as we mentioned off the top, I mean, 25,000 people in the U.S. get it each and every year, or at least it affects 25,000. Can you talk about, Dr. Kirkendall, maybe who's at more increased risk of getting something like this?
So there's not necessarily a group that we say is at more risk. This is typically diagnosed in patients in their 50s, 60s, 70s, so kind of in the 6th, 7th decade of life, but it's also something that can affect younger patients as well. And so, it's not that we isolate this to one group, it's kind of an equal opportunity offender, but at the same time, it does present in a variety of ways. And so we want to empower patients to really make sure that they're having that open line of communication with their physicians, telling them about the symptoms they're having, telling them about what they feel, following up on lab work, and hopefully get to this diagnosis. And really, this is really the whole goal of this initiative, is to create awareness, really open up lines of communication, and get resources to patients and their caregivers.
Tom, back over to you. Can we talk one more time about the mapping of myelofibrosis and where people can get more information about it?
Absolutely. So the Mapping Myelofibrosis initiative, really, that GSK has created, is really about creating the website which is mappingmf.com, and you can go to also Mapping Myelofibrosis on Facebook, and it's a tool that an educational tool, resources, stories, community connection, diet, all of the things that you need to really sort of understand where you are and how you need to get to where you really need to be health-wise.
Okay, Tom, Felicia, Dr. Kirkendall, we appreciate your time this morning. Thank you so much for illuminating us to this cause and to this issue. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Andrew.
Let's get a daily dose of positivity with our friend Talisa Franklin joining us from WAVN to talk about the community, the culture, and the conversation. Talisa, good morning to you. How are things at WAVN, the trend?
All is well. I am just so excited about how we can continue just to trend great, positive community things that's going on in our city. So I'm always just blessed with that. And today is no exception to the rule because today, we are, Andrew, it's that time of the year that everybody is talking about giving and receiving and, and it feels really good to know that we have so many people that care. And on this Saturday, I am excited about the Fresh Starts Community Baby Shower. Listen, I have been a part of this baby shower with State Representative Antonio Parkinson for so many years now, and it just makes my heart feel so good to see all the new and expecting mothers with what's going on to ensure their baby have the best fresh start in life. And so listen, if you are expecting or you've just had a baby and you want to come and experience this Fresh Starts Community Baby Shower, listen, it happens this Saturday, November the 18th from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the Breath of Life Christian Church. Let me tell you, this event is an amazing event of time, of fellowship, and loving on each other and getting the tools that you need to be the best mother that you can be to your mom, to your baby. So go to freshstartsbabyshower.com, register, and we cannot wait to see your face in the place. Yes. And so that is happening on this Saturday. And then for the entire city of Memphis, we have the One Memphis Prayer Summit. Let me tell you, last year, oh my God, it was such an amazing experience to see everybody, what Memphis looks like, right? It was this all walks of life, all cultures working together, praying for the good of our city. And we know we've had a little hiccups in our city, but we yet believe in our city, y'all. We got to keep believing. We cannot let what we see, the little that we see, mess us up from not believing. And so on this Saturday at 4:00, it's the One Memphis Prayer Summit that's happening. Shout out to Pastors Lavenders that's got a great work that's going on. City Councilwoman Rhonda Logan and so many others that's putting on this event so that we all can come together in the Renaissance Center in the middle of downtown Memphis and say we're going to pray together and see the best for our city. And so listen, you are invited this weekend. If you having a baby or just had a baby, you got to be at the Fresh Starts Community Baby Shower. Get those best practices that you need to be that best version of a mother that you know that you desire to be. And then let's all of us come out and let's pray together for the good of our community with One Memphis Prayer Summit that's happening on this Saturday at 4:00 at the Renaissance Convention Center. And so I'm excited about all things Memphis. And then y'all know that morning I will be actually at the Whitehaven Parade. So there's so many things to do in Memphis. Get out and have fun and enjoy our beautiful city. Yes.
Yes, Talisa, we need that positivity. There's so many different things happening, but I look forward to our interview each and every week, Talisa, because you always focus on the bright side, the positive side, and man, that is needed. I crave it each and every time we talk, so thank you.
Oh, thank you, my brother. Have a great day.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. We talk a lot about medical breakthroughs on the digital desk, and this is the first time in more than 15 years that there is an alternative to the standard care that is available for people newly diagnosed with a certain type of lymphoma. It's called diffuse large B-cell lymphoma. It's an aggressive blood cancer that commonly relapses. And this year, the Food and Drug Administration approved another regimen to treat these patients. Let's talk about this in more depth right now with Dr. Mark Fessler, a hematologist at St. Luke's Center for Cancer Care in St. Louis, Missouri. Dr. Fessler, good morning to you. Can you briefly describe what kind of blood cancer we're talking about here and why it is so difficult to treat? Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having me on your program. So to put this into context, non-Hodgkin's lymphoma is a fairly common type of blood cancer or immune system cancer. About 90,000 cases are diagnosed every year in the United States. Diffuse large B-cell lymphoma, the one that we're focusing on this morning, is about a third of non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, or about 30,000 cases per year diagnosed in the United States. And this particular subtype is important. It's often fast-growing, aggressive, it can be life-threatening, but this is a potential eradicatable lymphoma. In other words, patients that receive immunochemotherapy treatment for this subtype of lymphoma can have their disease eradicated. So the first-line treatment choice becomes very critical.
So why is it important that patients diagnosed with this certain, this certain specific type of non-Hodgkin's lymphoma have an alternative treatment to the standard care?
Yeah, so, we're constantly trying to improve outcomes for our patients. This is an aggressive disease. It can be life-threatening. And so the goal that we have with this illness is to eradicate it, because we know the best chance of curing the illness is with first-line treatment. And so this kind of time-limited 4 to 6 month treatment, can pay dividends, because often these patients, if they get cured, can go on to lead happy, productive, lives for years.
That's fantastic. So an FDA-approved treatment regimen, how can that affect some of the patients?
Yeah, so the impact is that by increasing the rates of eradication, we reduce the burden of relapse, okay? Relapse is anxiety-provoking. Relapse often requires additional types of treatments that have a lower chance of actually eradicating the illness. So our goal is to eliminate the illness right up front. So Polivy is an immunotherapy that's manufactured by Genentech. I'm here with them today. Polivy is combined in this upfront treatment regimen with R-CHP, 4 additional medications. And this combination regimen was just approved this year for patients that have newly diagnosed diffuse large B-cell lymphoma. Not all patients are candidate or appropriate for this particular type of treatment, so it is important that patients discuss this with their doctors to see whether they're a candidate and to discuss, the potential side effects of this. But I think this is going to lead to improved outcomes and increase potential eradication rates for this disease, which is a really exciting advance.
That is an exciting advancement for sure. And I guess, being here today, getting the word out, getting awareness is all part of this process to let people know about this treatment. Is that right?
That's right. I mean, the awareness becomes critical because with this disease, we have an opportunity. We have an opportunity to, have patients live for potentially many years if they have the disease eradicated. So patients and physicians both knowing that they have additional treatment options for the disease and maximizing that potential for a cure right up front becomes important. So patients, should first speak with their doctor about, the treatment options that are available. They can go to websites like polivy.com, for an example, to get disease-related or safety-related information. And I think what I'd like to really impress upon everybody today is a message of hope. This platform, Polivy plus R-CHP, is a regimen that is going to be built upon with potentially additional strategies to hopefully increase the cure rates even beyond that for this particular illness.
It sounds amazing. And, you know, it's one of those positive stories that I love talking about with these medical breakthroughs. I mean, essentially, you're saving more people's lives, which is absolutely wonderful. Where can people go to get more information, Doctor?
Yeah, so they should discuss with their doctor sort of the range of treatment options available to them. And then this website, polivy.com, can be an awfully useful website. The spelling is POLIVY.com, and that can provide additional information for patients, their caregivers, families.
Fantastic. All right. Well, listen, Dr. Mark Fessler, hematologist, we appreciate you coming on the digital desk, letting us know this good news and this brand new treatment that's really going to help some of the patients dealing with a lot of non-Hodgkin's lymphoma in the U.S. We appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you for having me on.
All right. Appreciate that. And we take a live look from our high five camera there. University of Memphis got a big game on Saturday. We're going to talk more about the forecast, including Saturday's forecast, in 60 seconds.
Hey, thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Another gorgeous day setting up for us across the area with temperatures starting off in the 50s on our way to the upper 60s, low 70s with a fair amount of sunshine building through the skies. Could not ask for a better scenario playing out for us here in the middle portions of November. But there are some changes not far off in the forecast. Let's go ahead and look at that first alert futurecast where we've got clouds rolling in here as we head into tomorrow. Look at the clouds thickening up and eventually shower chances that could have some impacts for the morning commute tomorrow. So something we'll be watching closely as the frontal boundary works its way through the area. That frontal boundary will shift out of the region. Clouds will start to break up for some more peaks of sun by the end of the day Friday. Highs tomorrow still in the 60s before the front clears us and eventually brings in some cooler weather heading into the beginning of your Saturday. Temperatures down in the 40s to start off early on Saturday morning. How much rainfall could we see? Well, it's not a lot, but we'll take whatever we can get. A couple spots here, about 1/100 of an inch of rainfall, or a couple hundredths of an inch of rainfall, maybe a tenth in a couple of isolated pockets. And we desperately need this rainfall. Right now, we're running just over 5 inches below average between September 1st and today, where we should have picked up about 9 1/3 inches. We've only picked up about 4.14 inches. So we'll get a little bit of rainfall here. It's not a lot, but it's something, right? Of course, we have some changes that will be coming up here in the next couple of days. Some of those changes are denoted already on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. You can download that in the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store. And you can also look at that extended 10-day forecast that gets you to Thanksgiving. It's right there in the palm of your hand for your local forecast right there. Speaking of the weekend looks to be fantastic. Once we get this front through our area, the weather looks to improve pretty quickly. Memphis and SMU, the last time that these two teams are going to play in conference. And, of course, this season, the last home game of the season for the Memphis Tigers. Temperatures will look in the 50s. Kick off at 56 degrees under a sunny sky. We'll keep the sunshine going for the end of the game. Near 60 with a northerly breeze coming in around 10 miles per hour. I want to give you a first alert, though. Again, going back to our Thanksgiving potential for rain and storms for the early portion of Thanksgiving week. Travel disruptions will be possible, friends, as we head through, especially late Sunday leading into Monday, but on a broader scale that could have implications all the way through the early portions of next week. And not to mention, today, the risk for a few strong and severe thunderstorms edged up ever so slightly. It's not there completely, but definitely a change in the forecast that we'll be watching here in the next couple of days. I think Sunday itself, dry, but after sunset, that's when we'll start to see the warm front beginning to lift northward. Once the warm front moves across the area, the question mark is, how deep do we get into the moisture? How deep do we get into the instability? How deep do we get into the wind shear? All those different things coming together, and that could have implications on if we just see rain and some rumbles of thunder, or even a risk for a few strong and severe storms. Right now, severe weather risk a little bit higher to the south of the Action News 5 coverage area during the latter portion of Monday into early Tuesday before everything begins to clear out. And the positive note here is that most of the rain's out of here by Tuesday afternoon, and the weather looking great for Wednesday. Thursday also looking fantastic, chilly, but fantastic. So that's good news there, and hopefully we'll keep it that way here in the next couple of days. But we have to get past that big speed bump, and this big speed bump does feature that chance for some rain and storms. Today, a mixture of clouds and sunshine, high temperatures, upper 60s, low 70s. Again, passing shower chances for Friday as the front sweeps on through here. Still managing highs in the 60s for Friday. Down into the upper 30s and low 40s early Saturday, near 60 for a high with sunshine. We'll start the day Sunday with sunshine, but I think clouds will thicken up by the end of the day, leading up to those chances for rain. I think we're just talking rain Sunday night into Monday, but the question mark is Monday itself, and whether or not we're going to see that instability, see that wind shear, all of the things come together for a risk for a few stronger storms. I think there will be some rumbles of thunder, but the question mark is, do we add in the risk for some severe weather? I'm giving you a first alert to some travel disruptions. That's most definitely going to be an issue if you have plans leaving out here early next week. But the question mark is, on a local sense, are we going to be talking about severe weather to go along with it as well? That may continue Monday night into early Tuesday, shifting that out of here. The weather improves going into Wednesday and Thursday. Again, on that extended 10-day forecast you can find on the app. Looks to be quiet, chilly, but quiet for Thanksgiving.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Tech gifts, boy, they are always in demand, it seems, for the holiday season. But what many people don't know is that some of that new technology out there also comes with risks of explosions and fires from those lithium-ion batteries. You know how you go on a flight and they ask you if anything about those batteries, if you have anything that's checked in your luggage? Well, you know, those lithium-ion batteries can be pretty dangerous out there. Let's talk a little bit about some of those issues. I'm joined now by Jennifer Williams, a senior research specialist for the Fire Safety Research Institute. Jennifer, good morning to you. So we understand there's a Take Charge of Your Battery Safety campaign. Tell us what that is. Good morning.
Good morning, Andrew. Thank you. Yes, Take Charge of Battery Safety is a public education campaign based off of the Fire Safety Research Institute's work to educate the public on ways that they can stay safe when choosing and also using their lithium-ion battery-powered devices.
Yeah, so, you know, we hear this all the time, Jennifer, when we get ready to board a flight. Do you have any kind of batteries in your luggage and that sort of thing? What does it mean? What does this campaign mean to take charge of battery safety?
Sure. Well, CHARGE is actually an acronym. Each letter stands for a safety reminder on how to take care of their device. So C is for Choose Certified Products. We want to make sure that when you're picking out your products, you're looking for that label from a nationally certified testing laboratory. H, Handle with care. Only using the chargers that actually come with the device and making sure that you're caring for that device. A, for always stay alert. Make sure that you know what the warning signs are. If your device is damaged, you're sensing heat, maybe a strange odor, wispy smoke, stop using that device immediately. R, recycle those batteries. Never throw them in the trash. And if you have a question, reach out to your local recycling center. G, get out if there's a fire. We want you to use that fire escape plan. And E, educate others. And this campaign is a really great way to do that.
An obvious question here. Tell me some of the problems with the lithium batteries.
Sure. Well, it's really not obvious to everyone, and that's why we're here today. These lithium-ion battery-powered devices, once they overheat, they go into something called thermal runaway, and they can cause a fire that can leave you with less than 1 minute to escape. So this is a really pressing issue, and this is a critical time to learn what to do in advance.
I'm looking at that crazy video you just showed me. Is that from someone just kind of plugging in a device into the wall? Was that a phone? What was that?
So that was actually an e-bike, and this is one of our research experiments, but it's symbolizing what can actually happen if a device, especially one that is not certified or is using an improper charger, is left charging too long, maybe overnight. It can overcharge and overheat and cause a situation just like this. And it's why we also tell people to make sure to not charge these devices overnight if they can, but especially not in front of their doors or windows in case there is a fire. It's not going to block them from escaping.
Goodness. I mean, man, that video's pretty intense here. All right, so if someone has, these devices, these, various technology, laptops, phones, e-bikes that you just saw, what's the best advice for just staying safe and doing kind of the routine measures in order to charge your device, but do it safely?
Sure. Really, the acronym that I mentioned lists out the safety measures, but specifically with charging, again, not charging it in front of your windows or doors. So if you need to get out, you can. Don't charge it under a pillow. If it's possible, don't charge it near combustible materials. It's something that we never would have thought of before, but our research shows why this is so important.
Anything else you want to mention, Jennifer, before we let you go regarding this campaign and the safety of just, charging these type of devices?
Sure. Well, we'd really love for your viewers to go to batteryfiresafety.org. They can watch our full new PSA video, and we have resources with facts and other information to download and share with their loved ones and community.
Batteryfiresafety.org. Jennifer Williams, we appreciate you illuminating us to the danger of those lithium batteries out there and making sure that you definitely adhere to proper care. Jennifer, thanks.
Thank you so much.
All right, I want to let you take a look at the latest edition of the Memphis Flyer on newsstands now, also at memphisflyer.com. Bodies in Motion. Upcoming performances highlighting the city's newly energized culture of dance. And inside, another look at this article, Bodies in Motion. Upcoming performances highlighting the city's newly energized culture of dance. The person who wrote this article joining us now on the Action News 5 digital desk. Welcoming back Alex Green to the digital desk. Alex, how's it going?
Hey, it's going great, Andrew. Thanks for having me.
Yes, I appreciate you being here. So tell me about how this all came about, the upcoming performances, an energized culture of dance. I'm interested in that.
Well, the performances, of course, have been a yearly tradition for decades. In the case of some of these companies, we have three major companies thriving here in the city. I guess the oldest would be Ballet Memphis. And of course, they're going stronger than ever with the beautiful new facility in Midtown that was constructed a few years ago. And then we have the new ballet ensemble, which has been around for over 20 years now. And finally, we have the Collage Dance Collective and School, and they've been around since about 2007. So every year they've been, this is the season for dance dance companies to really show their stuff. Partly because everyone loves the Nutcracker, but really the winter months are when the season for the performing arts really flower. And so it's worth mentioning now, and the reason we have the story is that these companies are kind of taking a quantum leap ahead in the past year or two. And that's really made for an amazing scene here in Memphis that I don't think a lot of people realize. It's happening right under our noses, and we just want people to get out there and see what these companies can do.
I agree, and it's interesting between both the Memphis Flyer and Memphis Magazine. I've seen more and more stories kind of highlight on this culture of dance that we have in Memphis and the Mid-South. It's really fantastic and really, I think, underrated with the kind of facilities that we have, the kind of movement that we have. Tell me more about your article. It's I don't want to give too much away, but it really kind of focuses in on some of that, right?
Oh, yes. It's partly because these companies have been recognized nationally as, and that translates into bigger and better performances. And probably Collage is leading the pack in terms of national recognition right now. Last year, they were recognized as a Southern Cultural Treasure by the South Arts nonprofit, which is a really big deal. And then this year, they received, it was just this August, they received $2 million from the Mellon Foundation. And of course, Collage during the pandemic raised $11 million for their new facility in Binghamton. And so all of these things are converging. Ballet Memphis is getting more recognition as well. Collage and Ballet Memphis were recently noted as among the 50 largest dance companies in the US. And in terms of their expenditures and the money they're able to raise. And that's, and then of course, New Ballet Ensemble has been recognized for years, going back about 9 years when they were recognized by as a leader in dance by the Obama administration. So it's all kind of a perfect storm with all this funding, and that in turn leads to their greater outreach programs. They're drawing on talent from all neighborhoods, and they're very inclusive, and all of them are very committed to drawing and doing outreach into underserved communities. And it's just kind of reaching a critical mass now where the performances and the schools, their teaching activities, they all come together. And that's especially true in their winter performances. Nut Remix in the case of the New Ballet Ensemble, the Nutcracker in terms of, is presented by Ballet Memphis, and then Rise, which is Collage Dance's kind of flagship piece. And the critical thing about all three of these big shows are the way they include students with the most professional dancers that the companies regularly have and that tour the country in different contexts. So students are dancing side by side with professionals, and it's really an amazing opportunity here.
Yeah, was there anything, before we let you go, Alex, anything that didn't make the cut that that we're not going to read about on Memphis Flyer that you wanted to share?
Well, I think it's mentioned in the story, but I wanted to highlight the fact that Collage has been granted a great honor of hosting the International Conference for Blacks in Dance. And this is a huge deal. So this is in late January, and I give the dates in the story. It's January 24th through the 28th, where major companies are coming to Memphis, and they're all sharing experiences amongst themselves and having panels, but also performances by the likes of the Alvin Ailey Dance Company and just world-class companies converging here in Memphis. And I think that of all things expresses just what a dance center Memphis has become. So I really wanted to highlight that.
Alex Green, we appreciate you, and we appreciate all the work that the Memphis Flyer does for Memphis and the Mid-South. You can check out his article once again on, this is the cover of it, the latest edition of the Memphis Flyer on newsstands now, wherever you pick up the Memphis Flyer, or memphisflyer.com. Alex Green, thank you.
Oh, thanks, Andrew. Take care.
All right, appreciate it. You too. Okay, another live look from our High Five camera. Midtown Memphis, more on your forecast in 60 seconds.
Hey, thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Another gorgeous day setting up for us across the area with temperatures starting off in the 50s on our way to the upper 60s, low 70s with a fair amount of sunshine building through the skies. Could not ask for a better scenario playing out for us here in the middle portions of November. But there are some changes not far off in the forecast. Let's go ahead and look at that first alert futurecast, where we've got clouds rolling in here as we head into tomorrow. Look at the clouds thickening up and eventually shower chances that could have some impacts for the morning commute tomorrow. So something we'll be watching closely as the frontal boundary works its way through the area. That frontal boundary will shift out of the region. Clouds will start to break up for some more peaks of sun by the end of the day Friday. Highs tomorrow still in the 60s before the front clears us and eventually brings in some cooler weather heading into the beginning of your Saturday. Temperatures down in the 40s to start off early on Saturday morning. How much rainfall could we see? Well, it's not a lot, but we'll take whatever we can get. A couple spots here, about 1/100 of an inch of rainfall, or a couple hundredths of an inch of rainfall, maybe 1/10 in a couple of isolated pockets. And we desperately need this rainfall. Right now, we're running just over 5 inches below average between September 1st and today, where we should have picked up about 9 1/3 inches. We've only picked up about 4.14 inches. So we'll get a little bit of rainfall here. It's not a lot, but it's something, right? Of course, we have some changes that will be coming up here in the next couple of days. Some of those changes are denoted already on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. You can download that in the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store. And you can also look at that extended 10-day forecast that gets you to Thanksgiving. It's right there in the palm of your hand for your local forecast right there. Speaking of the weekend looks to be fantastic. Once we get this front through our area, the weather looks to improve pretty quickly. Memphis and SMU, the last time that these two teams are going to play in conference, and of course, this season, the last home game of the season for the Memphis Tigers. Temperatures will look in the 50s Kickoff at 56 degrees under a sunny sky. We'll keep the sunshine going for the end of the game. Near 60 with a northerly breeze coming in around 10 miles per hour. I want to give you a first alert, though. Again, going back to our Thanksgiving potential for rain and storms for the early portion of Thanksgiving week. Travel disruptions will be possible, friends, as we head through, especially late Sunday leading into Monday, but on a broader scale that could have implications all the way through the early portions of next week. And not to mention, today, the risk for a few strong and severe thunderstorms edged up ever so slightly. It's not there completely, but definitely a change in the forecast that we'll be watching here in the next couple of days. I think Sunday itself, dry, but after sunset, that's when we'll start to see the warm front beginning to lift northward. Once the warm front moves across the area, the question mark is, how deep do we get into the moisture? How deep do we get into the instability? How deep do we get into the wind shear? All those different things coming together, and that could have implications on if we just see rain and some rumbles of thunder, or even a risk for a few strong and severe storms. Right now, severe weather risk a little bit higher to the south of the Action News 5 coverage area during the latter portion of Monday into early Tuesday before everything begins to clear out. And the positive note here is that most of the rain's out of here by Tuesday afternoon, and the weather looking great for Wednesday. Thursday also looking fantastic, chilly, but fantastic. So that's good news there, and hopefully we'll keep it that way here in the next couple of days. But we have to get past that big speed bump, and this big speed bump does feature that chance for some rain and storms. Today, a mixture of clouds and sunshine, high temperatures upper 60s, low 70s. Again, passing shower chances for Friday as the front sweeps on through here. Still managing highs in the 60s for Friday. Down into the upper 30s and low 40s early Saturday, near 60 for a high with sunshine. We'll start the day Sunday with sunshine, but I think clouds will thicken up by the end of the day, leading up to those chances for rain. I think we're just talking rain Sunday night into Monday, but the question mark is Monday itself, and whether or not we're going to see that instability, see that wind shear, all of the things come together for a risk for a few stronger storms. I think there will be some rumbles of thunder, but the question mark is, do we add in the risk for some severe weather? I'm giving you a first alert to some travel disruptions. That's most definitely going to be an issue if you have plans leaving out here early next week. But the question mark is, on a local sense, are we going to be talking about severe weather to go along with it as well? That may continue Monday night into early Tuesday, shifting that out of here. The weather improves going into Wednesday and Thursday. Again, on that extended 10-day forecast you can find on the app. Looks to be quiet, chilly, but quiet for Thanksgiving.
Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Want to tell you about an festival, Parade of Nations International Festival. This is a celebration that's going to highlight, educate, and inform about cultural differences and resources within our community. It's free. It's open to the public. It's November 17th, and I'm joined now by Whitney Dunning with the Memphis Public Library to talk more about this festival. So, Whitney, tell me more. I've heard of different international festivals in Germantown. They have one, as a few other places. But how long has this festival been around? Tell me about the turnout and what people can expect on the 17th. Good morning. Whitney, I would love to hear what you're saying. Unfortunately, I cannot hear you. Is there a mute button that you need to push? Can't hear you. Would love to, because I know you got info. I'm gonna I'm going to show this. You just talk when you can. And I want to let everybody know about this festival. And when you talk, we'll go back to you. But here it is, the Parade of Nations International Festival. It is November 17th from 11 until 3. This is going to be at the Central Library, okay? So the Benjamin L. Hooks Central Library, that's 3030 Poplar Avenue, the big giant library. Oh, wait. Whitney?
Can you hear
Did
me?
say something?
Yes.
Oh my gosh. We have you back on the digital desk. All right. It is a celebration. All right, so go ahead. What were you saying?
I was saying we're a new festival to the area. So this is actually our second year, but we're so excited. Last year we had a wonderful turnout, and this year we're expecting the same.
That's fantastic. Okay, so if someone shows up, all right, and again, I want to remind everybody this is a free festival. If someone shows up, what can they expect?
Well, they can expect a great time. We have about 20 countries represented. They're going to be showing the flair, the festiveness of their countries. We can expect great food. We can expect great music. There'll be henna tattoos. It'll be a little bit of everything. It's just an exciting day around here.
Okay, so 20 different countries represented, and these are from Memphians that live all across the city, right? And
correct.
All across the city. And let me ask you this. The food, is it going to be from the 20 different countries? I mean, spell it out for us.
Yes, the food will be from the country. So most of the countries have something that they have a niche that they have. So for example, Greece is coming with their Greek butter cookies, which I am so excited to try. I think our Italian group is coming with cannolis. The USA booth even has hot dogs. So it's going to be a really, really exciting time.
Excellent, excellent. I am, my descendant is, my ethnic makeup is Greek, so I'm excited about it, and I've seen some of the older folks within our church community talk about going to this festival and actually baking some of those cookies that you're talking about. That's great. So tell us some of the other countries represented. You said there were 20. You got Greece, you got Italy. Who else?
We have Ireland, we have Trinidad and Tobago, we have Argentina, Colombia, we have St. Kitts and Nevis. I'm trying to think. There's so many. There's just so many.
That's fantastic. No, that's great, and different food and different tastings, culture, that sort of thing. I love it. And in fact, I think that Memphis is kind of underrated when it comes to the international flair that we have here within the city. So this is fantastic, and being able to highlight some of our cultural differences here. Anything else you want the public to know about this festival? Which let me throw this back up here. The Parade of Nations Festival that's happening November 17th. You can see it here at the Benjamin Hooks Library from 11 until 3. Anything else you want to mention about this Parade of Nations International Festival in its second year?
Yes, I just want people to come out and experience what all Memphis has to offer. I want us to understand and know that Memphis is more than just black and white. It's a lot of us here representing a lot of different beautiful places, and it makes Memphis what it is. And we really want to celebrate that, and we want you to be a part of that. So please come.
Fantastic. Fantastic. All right, Whitney Dunning with the Memphis Public Library. This big festival happening on Friday here. Friday, November 17th from 11 to 3, totally free at the Benjamin L. Hooks Library. That's the Memphis Central Library. Whitney, thanks so much.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Oh, all right, you do the same. Thank you. Okay, live look from our High Five camera, Midtown Memphis, where it is 69 degrees at 10:39. We'll be right back. You know, we got 99 problems, and you know what? AARP's not one of them. Joining me now on the Action News 5 digital desk, Neil Wertheimer, the deputy editor of AARP Bulletin and AARP the magazine. He's going to be talking about 99 great ways to save. Neil, good morning. How are you?
I'm doing great today. Thank you.
Appreciate you being here. So let's talk about the top suggestions, the top tips, the ways to save at the grocery store, because every time I go, I know we say that, hey, inflation is improving. All I'm seeing is that these prices are outrageous for things that did not cost that way just a few years ago.
Inflation coming down, which gratefully it is, doesn't mean prices are coming down. It just means the rate of increase is slowing. So we absolutely have to be frugal. We're recommending people do 3 things prior to going to the store. Number 1 is check out your refrigerator and your pantry, eat down what's there, figure out how to use what's there. We Americans continue to throw out 30% of the food we buy. That's just money wasted. So number 1, reduce the waste of the food that you're buying. Second, we say you want 2 shopping lists, not 1. One is for the groceries that you need for the meals you're going to prepare in the coming week, a very specific list of items for things you're going to cook. The second list should be a rolling list of pantry items that you're going to need at some point in the near future. Things like butter, oil, toilet paper, things that you don't have to buy right away, but you're on watch. You want to keep your eye out for great discounts. When that moment comes that it's really a great price, stock up for a couple months. The final thing to do before you head to the store is to look at your grocery store's app. If you don't download that, their website. 2/3 of grocery stores in America now offer discounts on their online tools that you cannot get anywhere else. My grocery store this morning had 230 online coupons available to me, some of them with shockingly good discounts. I could not get any of those if I didn't look at it prior going to the store.
Those are some great, useful tips, Neil. I really appreciate that, and I really appreciate some of those tips. Let's talk about car and driving costs. They can add up. Certainly, everyone's taking summer vacations, perhaps many of them going on the roadway and instead of hitting the skies. How do we cut down on some of those expenses when it comes to driving in cars?
On a day-to-day basis, car travel is all about, in terms of cost, gas. So you want 2 strategies. One is get the best price for the gas that you're buying, and 2, increase your car's fuel efficiency. So in terms of getting the best price, if you're a member of a warehouse club, by all means, get their gas. Studies show that you get as much as 25 cents less per gallon. That's real savings. If you don't belong to such a place, but are loyal to a particular gas station, yes, get their credit card or join their fuel rewards program, 5 or 10 cents a gallon over time. Again, that adds up. If you don't want to do that, next, get a credit card, MasterCard, Visa, American Express, that has cash back with a particularly preference towards gas purchases. You can get a credit card that will automatically rebate you 3% of the cost of gas. Again, over time, it adds up. Absent all those things, pay cash, because that nickel differential between the credit card price and the cash price, that too adds up. Let's talk fuel efficiency. Fascinating new study shows that junk in your trunk every 100 pounds lowers your car's fuel efficiency by at least 2%. Similarly, tires that are overinflated or underinflated, 2 to 3% decrease in fuel efficiency. But most of all, it's how you drive. If you are going 80 miles per hour, you are being 27% less efficient in your gas usage than if you're going 60 miles per hour. We know who you are. You love to go fast. But overall, even if you build in the differential for being on the road longer, you will be wasting 27% more of your gas by going too fast. So slow down, mellow out, and add that in with all these other things you do. You can really increase your car's fuel efficiency.
Another great option, different set of ideas. I love it. summer, of course, we've been talking about. A great idea for so many families out there to maybe find some last-minute deals, take the family on a vacation. What advice do you have for some of those last-minute deals, Neil?
So we found a study that showed that the sweet spot for booking airfares is 28 to 35 days away from the departure dates. If you book in that window, you will save 10% or more compared to booking much closer to the departure date. Likewise, a separate study showed that Sunday currently is the best day to book compared to, say, a Friday. In this study, it showed 5 to 15% cheaper prices if you book on a Sunday. So those are some of the techniques for getting better airfares. We found an interesting one about hotels, that independently owned and operated hotels are much more willing to negotiate on price than, say, a big chain, which really you can't negotiate. But we also found that the best way to negotiate is by sending an email to the manager. Send a note saying, we're coming to town, I'm bringing my family, we so much look forward to staying with you, but we need to be frugal. How can you help us out? What's the best deal you can offer us? An email like that will often get you a really nice savings that isn't going to be found searching online.
You know, Neil, I think our viewers are going to be rewinding this with a pad and paper and just kind of taking down these notes. These are fantastic. I love it. I know that you've edited several editions of AARP's 99 Great Ways to Save. How do you find these new ways to save? I'm curious.
Well, there's a yin-yang, two sides to this. One is that there's always new stores. There's always older stores adding new programs. There's always new apps. There's always new tools that are trying to search for the best price. So there's a whole world of dynamic new tools available for getting the best price. At the same time, everyday frugality really does matter. And I give the example of a mixture of equal parts water and vinegar is the best window and glass cleaner you're going to find. And for 25 cents, you could whip up a big batch. Why pay $6 for window cleaner at the store when you can make it at home? That kind of everyday frugality mixed in with being mindful to all the new things that are happening out there, put those together and you really can save hundreds, if not thousands of dollars routinely over 6 months, over a year's time.
Neil Wertheimer, Deputy Editor of AARP Bulletin and AARP The Magazine. Really appreciate all the stuff that you brought this morning. This is going to help so many viewers, thousands of them, tune in each and every morning. Thanks so much for coming on the Digital Desk. Appreciate it.
Oh, it's...
Andrew Douglas back here in the Action News 5 Digital Desk. A recent Forbes study, get this, finds 40% of responders, so that's almost 50%, that's almost half, 40% had their personal information compromised while using public Wi-Fi. So that's like airport Wi-Fi. That's bad news for travelers when you think about it. I mean, 1 in 3 say they rely on that airport Wi-Fi to do business or, you know, conduct all kinds of personal and other business out there. More than half of Americans confess to using these public networks at their hotel, for example. That's an issue, especially when you're trying to unwind on some traveling. How do you protect yourself against cyber criminals when you hear that kind of statistic? Well, it's something that is the topic of our next guest who's joining me right now. I'm joined by Jessica Naziri. She is a tech expert. She's someone who is also the chief technologist of TechSesh.co. Jessica, I appreciate you joining us here. Let's talk a little bit about some of the ways criminals, first off, target Americans, target travelers, and what we need to be aware of when we join these public Wi-Fis. Good morning to you.
Good morning. Thanks for having me. You know, we don't even think about it. It's just common sense logging onto Wi-Fi, whether we're near home or traveling. And get this, you said that Norton study, literally everyone is getting on and they think they're safe, but 40% of Americans between the ages of 25 and 34 had their credit card details stolen while traveling. And then 33% have fallen for those free vacation scams. And you know what? This could be because they were using public Wi-Fi. So because of this, one of the first things I always recommend to travelers is to really be wary of public Wi-Fi networks. There are some bad actors out there setting up fake networks that look real. I've seen it at airports, I've seen it at hotels, even vacation rentals, my beloved coffee shop. They look like the real deal, but bad actors, they're collecting your personal information. So, you know, I understand Wi-Fi is important. You want to spend time looking on your Instagram, or you want to log into your email. You want to make sure before you join that you're not joining a Wi-Fi that is vague. For example, free airport Wi-Fi, red flag, or one that looks identical to the real one. For example, Denver airport _ free Wi-Fi _. It looks very similar to Denver airport free Wi-Fi without the underscores and the extra free. Another thing to be wary of is connecting to any network that lets you connect without asking you to agree to its terms of service.
All good information, but you know, some of the things I think about, Jessica, is when I'm in some places where public Wi-Fi is offered, I have to be on there, because if I try to just do it with my normal phone or, you know, laptop, for example, I mean, you know, the cell phone service is so poor that you have to join the Wi-Fi. So how do we protect ourselves?
Yeah, you're right. And so this is where a VPN comes in, a virtual private network. It's hands down the best and easiest way to protect your personal information. Not enough people know about it, so I'm here to tell you, a VPN, super important to educate yourself. It's essentially a private tool that lets you get online securely from anywhere, and it protects you by disguising your IP address, and it creates a secure encrypted tunnel where all of your online activity flows. So essentially, this shields you from nearby cyber criminals who are getting really good at being criminals online. And a lot of them are actually using special equipment these days to snoop on your online activity. So that's one way to protect yourself.
What about some other tips out there? I mean, there's still people that are planning trips late in the summer. They're planning some trips for the fall and winter. What kind of other tips do you have?
Absolutely. So everyone that I know has been on vacation or about to go on vacation, just like you said. I've been seeing a lot of posts on social media. My biggest tip is, if you're going to take those pictures and you're going to post them, make sure you're not adding your location. And if you definitely really want to post those pictures, at least go on private and post those pictures when you're back from vacation, so no one knows you're not home. I'm actually in sunny LA right now on a staycation, and I'm actually using a VPN. I'm using Norton. I've partnered with them. A very great and easy way to stay safe online. I trust them. I know that if I'm home or on a vacation or traveling, that they will actually secure my information online.
Okay, so I was just about to ask you about VPNs. What are the best ways to take us through just kind of a one-on-one, 101 course, you know, basic course of VPNs and how to choose the right one?
Absolutely. So there's so many out there, but really it's affordable and it's a super easy way to reduce your risk when you go online. You don't want to get a VPN after the fact. If you're someone who checks your banking apps, surfing the web, goes on social media, you know, going on to email, logging into really important information, which is literally everyone, you need a VPN, especially because you don't want that special information to fall into the wrong hands. So the best thing to do is get a VPN. I trust Norton. They have the Norton Secure VPN. And with them, it's super easy. You just have to go to their website, download the app, and you know that it's safe. You can go online and all your private information stays private.
What about, Jessica, where people can get more information about this topic? Because it's so important. It's an evergreen topic. I mean, we're always talking about cybersecurity, and we so need it badly.
You know, we so need it badly. You can get more information on Norton.com and search VPN. And something else that I really want to talk about, the cyber criminals are just getting so good. We also have artificial intelligence getting a lot of calls that are spammy and pretending to be a specific person. So Norton actually just launched a free app. It's called Norton Genie. It can tell you if a text, an email, or a website is a scam or legit, all you have to do is download the app on your phone, or if you have an iOS, the app is on there, or you can go onto the website, you upload a screenshot, you put in your message, and it tells you if it's real or if it's fake. And this really helps you avoid so many potential scams because they're getting so good.
Yeah, they are. No question about it. All right, Jessica Naziri, we appreciate you and giving us those tips that we desperately need to keep all of our private information safe online. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Okay, you're taking another live look from our High Five camera, Midtown Memphis. You can see Midtown blanketed by a lot of clouds right now at 69 degrees, 10:55. That does it for us here in the Action News 5 digital desk. Have yourself a wonderful afternoon. You were going to be expecting a mix of sun and clouds. Of course, Action News 5 midday will have Maggie McCauley telling you about the latest on the forecast, and that'll take you through the next hour. So be sure to stick around for that. And then you can join us tomorrow morning beginning at 7 o'clock for another edition of the Digital Desk. Digital Desk, of course, is your vehicle for news, 7 until 11 each and every weekday morning. It is our streaming channel at actionnews5.com. It's also on our free news app and all of our digital platforms. You can also watch us on broadcast television, digital channel 5.5 or channel 907 on Xfinity. Enjoy the rest of your day.